Roll call. Mr. Harrison?
Here.
Mr. Fleischer?
Here.
Mr. Church?
Here.
Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Moore?
Present.
Mr. Allen?
Here.
Mr. Simon is excused this evening. Ms. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield is excused this evening. And Mr. Sullivan will be arriving shortly.
Well, you're going to do the discussion on the newspaper?
Yes, on the newspaper. So to advise the board, at our last meeting on January 15th, we discussed designation of an official newspaper and have been exploring options with the Montclair Local. Following some additional review by the township attorney, it's been determined that the Montclair Local doesn't quite meet the statutory requirement as an official newspaper, so we will be continuing with the Montclair Times at this time. Okay. The Montclair Local does not meet the statutory requirement within New Jersey state statute to serve as the official newspaper at this time.
To be the official newspaper, you have to be distributed by second-class mail for a 2-year period, and they
Correct.
do not meet that at this point. I assume at some point you will have to revisit the issue.
Yes,
but
just at this time,
point, we
they are not
legally
yet.
can't. Okay. And just before we start, I want to congratulate Mr. Moore on being reappointed and Ms. Harris on being not only reappointed, but progressed up to first alternate now. And we're glad you both will be continuing on the board, and the council finally acted last night after some prodding. Okay, so the first application on the agenda is a continuation of the public hearing for Montclair Kimberley Academy for property at 201 Valley Road. This is a continuation of the hearing that started at our regular January meeting. Since that time, the applicant has modified the plans, and the modifications required additional variances concerning the screening that the applicant is proposing. They also reduced the need or extent of certain other variances that they are requesting. And Mr. Tremblak, do you want to give your appearance and proceed?
Alan Tremblak, appearing on behalf of the applicant. So we've essentially done 3 things since we were here 3 weeks ago. We've renoticed the application as per our agreement with the board. Excuse me. And when we renoticed, we also noticed for the additional variance for the screening that we're proposing along Central Avenue, and also between the new location of the girls softball field and the rear yards of the houses on Bel Air Drive. Secondly, we submitted a document schedule prepared by MKA memorializing the testimony that was provided at the last meeting and putting in a simple document for clarity purposes a complete schedule outlining the existing uses of the athletic fields. And as was, I think it's noted in the document that we submitted, and it was testified to at the last hearing, that MKA does not plan to increase or intensify the use of any of the athletic facilities, but to continue to use those facilities for the teams and the programs that are outlined in the document that we submitted. And then last thing we've done, as the Chairman has already indicated, is we've submitted revised plans reducing the height of a lot of the fencing, adding the new screening, and also addressing some of the other comments that were raised at the last meeting. So I think what I'd like to do first is I think it would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, to mark as an exhibit the schedule that we submitted of the existing uses of the fields.
Yes.
Graham, do you have a copy of that? I don't have a clean copy to mark. And I think we're, according to my notes, I think this would be A2. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Harris, Mr. Sullivan can confirm that when he gets here. So the only witness I have to present tonight is our expert, Robert Walsh, who is on his way. He's coming from Phillipsburg, and I know my client is trying to reach him, and I think he's expected within a matter of minutes. I don't know if the board has any questions relating to the schedule that we submitted. But, Catherine Davison is here and would be able to, answer any questions. But again, we submitted that in order to provide clarity and to summarize a fairly large volume of information that was testified to regarding the existing uses, so the board understands how the fields are currently used and how they will be used in the future, assuming this project is approved and implemented. Apparently, he's parking.
Just before we move forward, I did want to clarify, yes, this is Exhibit A2, so we'll mark it A2.
Okay.
So I think some of us have questions on the exhibit he's walking in now, so you want to proceed
Would
with
you like-
him, and then we can do that?
Come back to that? Sure.
I don't know.
Please.
We're doing questions on the field usage with Mr. Fleischer.
I just wanted to clarify, a number of the elements were identified as removable. That's to say, the screening, for example, is not up there all the time if they're not in practice. And I just wanted to clarify again that all of the elements identified as removable will be removed, let's say, from November until post-Labor Day to November, and then there's the spring calendar. Essentially from November to March, those items will all be removed from the field. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then reinstalled in time for your spring. Thank you.
And I think the screening would only be in place, the 20-foot and 30-foot screening would only be in place, I believe, from beginning March 1st through the end of the baseball season, which extends a little bit into July only because of the American Legion team that the school
But
sponsors
at
and
other times, it's
utilizes.
going to be taken down.
Yes.
It's not part of the program, it'll be taken down. Thank you.
Correct.
Let me, I want to clarify some things with the schedule. The American Legion doesn't show up on the schedule.
Actually, I think it's the last item, Mr. Chairman. It's just referred to as Baseball League.
Okay, so that's,
That's meant to be the American Legion team.
okay. And then for all the uses, you do number of days per week, but do not give an indication. Is that potentially Sunday through Saturday, or are there days when you would not be using it?
There are days that we would not be using it. Can you point me toward that part of the usage document that you're looking at?
Well, it's both on the first and second page. It says 1 to 2 days per week, 5 days per week, and practices, I'm making a leap of faith that those are just weekdays.
Correct.
But what about games? Can they be any day of the week?
Games can be weekdays as well. We don't play games at the middle school complex on weekends.
Okay, so everything is Monday through Friday?
Correct.
Okay.
What about your Saturday baseball program?
You can't do that.
And then tax that for that Saturday.
The only exception to that would be for the baseball teams in the spring, where there would be some, I guess, Saturday games.
Right.
So all but Sunday. Correct?
Okay. Why don't we move on to your witness, and while we're doing that, why don't everyone, other people discuss and decide what days, what is happening on? Because I don't want to give you carte blanche to use it whatever you want, but I want to accommodate what you're anticipating being the use, and I want an understanding of when it's being used for what.
Got it. Thank you.
You can take that. It's just don't bring it up, though. Okay, Robert Walsh. Recall Mr. Walsh.
Okay, and Mr. Walsh is still under oath.
Yes, I am.
You ready? All right, Mr. Walsh, since the last meeting, you submitted a set of revised plans with a revision date of January 21, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, would you discuss the revised plans with the board and explain the various revisions that have been made?
Okay, the foul poles, which were detailed on one of the detail sheets, they're as 15 feet tall. They've been removed in their entirety. The fence on top of the outfield wall has been reduced from 4.5 feet to 3.5 feet. 2 additional safety screens have been added, one along the new baseball field third baseline, 125 feet long, 20 feet tall. The same size screen has been added to the first baseline of the new softball field. The safety screen, which was previously identified as 30 feet tall, and the softball outfield has been reduced to 20 feet. The outfield of the safety screen in the outfield, right field of the baseball field, previously identified as a 20-foot high safety screen, is now proposed as a 15-foot high safety screen.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Was there also a reduction in the fencing adjacent to the baseball and softball fields?
Oh, yes, that's correct. We previously had the sideline baseball and softball fences were previously listed as 10 feet high. They have been reduced to 8 feet high. We've also added a note to the site plan drawing C02 to indicate that the sidewalk in Central, that's proposed in Central Avenue, will be extended to the intersection of the, was it Bel Air?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that covers it.
Okay. I think that's really all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Could you just point out, is that
Sure.
C01 there?
This is C02 that I have up there.
Okay.
It's identical to what's been submitted to the board without any...
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Let me ask you a question. The softball field is being moved over to by where the tennis courts are, on that end of the field? No.
No.
Where's it going?
Okay.
Because I can't,
If you look at C01,
Yes,
the drawing, which I do not have mounted here,
okay, I have C01 in front,
C01 on the upper left-hand corner
right?
is identified as the softball field. That's where it currently is.
Okay.
And the lower right is the baseball field.
This is the baseball field down
Yes.
on,
That's in its current state,
in its
yes,
current state on Central Avenue.
correct.
Okay. And this is the way it's going to remain?
No.
Okay.
You got to
so-
flip the page to C2, which I have here.
Might be helpful, I think this was identified at the last meeting, as the rendering of the
Proposed?
proposed
The proposed.
configuration.
So now, if you want to use the new tennis courts as the northern part of the property,
Right?
the new baseball field will be just south of that.
That's base, okay.
With the first baseline parallel to the southern end of the
Okay.
tennis courts. And then the softball field will move from this area
Okay.
down to
Alright.
the southeast corner, or southwest corner of the
So-
fields.
So you stated earlier, that down the first baseline of the softball field, you've got removable fencing? To
We're
protect,
proposing, we've added that to the plan in this
Okay.
iteration.
and along the baseball third baseline,
Correct.
you've got that also?
We've added that
Protect
safety
Central
screen.
Avenue.
Correct,
Pop flies out to Central Avenue.
yes.
Okay.
Other questions from members of the board?
Just partially go over what we were kind of going over. So the screening from the ball fields will only be up from March through July, is that correct?
Yes. I can stipulate to that. on behalf
And
of the
there will
client.
be no screening for the fall usage of the fields, is that correct?
Correct. We can stipulate to that also.
Any other questions from members of the board? Are there any members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay, well, come up here, because we need you to come up here anyway. State name and address.
Michael Chernick, 16 Bel Air Drive.
Okay, this is just a chance to ask questions.
Okay. My question is, the new baseball field, will that abut the tennis courts or be closer to the tennis courts than it is now? At least the infield of the new baseball field.
Yes, it will.
Okay. So how far is it from home plate to where the line of homes on Bel Air Drive abut the field?
From home plate to what would be the rear property lines of the Bel Air.
Correct.
I could tell you to the,
My assumption is you're going to have these temporary tall fences to prevent baseballs from possibly flying into the backyards of those homes. But I don't know how far a distance it is. If it's 500 or 600 feet, I don't think the homeowners have anything to worry about. If it's 300 feet, they might.
I could tell you that from home plate to what would be the foul pole, if we were to have a foul pole, would be 320 feet. It's an additional 40 feet to get to the property line, and that's the lot closest to Central. And obviously, as you move towards center field, that increases. The new safety screen along that southern property line is really to protect foul balls that cross over the first base line and right field foul line towards that property line. So I don't think it's, if somebody hits a ball center field and gets towards that safety screen, sign them up.
All right, but you understand my point. I mean,
Yes.
the height of the fence is to prevent projectiles from
Correct,
getting
but
into
it's
the
not
backyards.
real, the only home run fencing is to protect the school building. The other fencing along Central and in the southern property line for the rear yards of the Bel Air people is associated with foul balls that would go down the sideline.
Okay. May I ask a question about the resurfacing of the fields?
Sure.
Okay. What type of materials are going to be used to resurface it? And has anyone studied how it might affect the drainage in that area, which is a problem at times for some of the homeowners?
The applicant is going to install a vertically drained synthetic turf field with rubber infill, and they have an alternate to put a porous underdrain pad for additional cushioning. Vertical drain synthetic turf fields have been around since, I'd say, the past 25 to 30 years. Previously, they ran off like a typical field with a crown into adjoining drainage inlets. The beauty of the synthetic turf vertical drain systems is it goes down into an underdrain system that holds it back and stores it. On this particular property, you have soil conditions that are, it's almost like impervious. It's what they call dehydrated soils or hydrologic soils. In this case, we're providing an extensive network of piping, and I'm going to refer to drawing C03. And you can see these loops of piping. That's 24-inch diameter pipe that doesn't exist at all on the property. That'll hold the runoff, and it'll discharge into the existing storm line that runs down to the southeast corner of the property in Central Avenue. So this will hold, and we've submitted drainage calculations, been reviewed by the board's engineer, and I think that we're reducing the peak runoff by a factor of 4. So it's like at 25% of what the existing peak is, basically for all storms, from the 2-year storm up to the 100-year storm. So it's, if you will, a supercharged retention system. There won't be a whole lot of recharge into the ground because that's the nature of the soil you have here in Montclair.
So you view this as an improvement over what it is now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's better water quality. You don't have, I guess, if there's any geese problems and stuff like that, you basically have a rain filter system.
Okay. I just have one more question. Are there any plans now or in the future to install lights at this field for night games?
No, that's not part of this proposal, nor is it, to my knowledge, any future proposal for the field. No
Okay.
lights.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the audience with questions? You want to come forward, please?
Hi,
You want to state your name and address?
Laura Chanone, 7A Bel Air Drive.
Okay, you want to, this is just to ask
I
questions.
understand, it's not protest, it's questions.
That comes later.
Right. I live at what you call the southwest side. So, my first question is why we didn't get to see a rendering like this in our package, since this is very close to where we live. And we need to be like an engineer to understand what all that means. I tried. I looked at all the documents. I was up very late at night trying to understand what they say. Is there a reason why we couldn't see this?
Put it up.
And I don't know if anyone here has seen the rendering. Has anyone seen it?
The notice.
Okay. So maybe if we could have written to you and you would have sent a copy in the mail or something, but... So that was my first question as to why we didn't get to see a rendering.
Well, I mean, I'll answer that. The applicant is only required to send out the...
You did what you were required.
Notice, and the notice also says that plans are on file and can be reviewed in the planning department. Now, renderings typically we wouldn't present until the hearing, and they were presented at the hearing 3 weeks ago and discussed, and as well as other exhibits that might not be filed before the hearing, but are presented in the course of the hearing. So-
Okay, so you did what you had to do. My other question is, you said earlier that the fields would not be used any differently than they currently are now. One would wonder then why you're doing all this. It appears to me that you will now be able to have concurrent games, and that is the intention. Is that correct?
There's no intention. I think that might have been, I may have misstated that candidly in my opening remarks at the prior hearing, but there are no concurrent games taking place currently, and there will not be any concurrent games taking place in the future.
Then why did you do this? It looks very intentional to create separate outfields so that there wouldn't be overlap.
Maybe Mr.
One of the
Bush can
basic
answer.
criteria is to maximize the utilization of the field in terms of the area available just for whatever use possible. Functionally, I don't think the applicant could handle or accommodate the needs of 2 games going on simultaneously.
You don't think so, but now it's possible, is it not?
I don't think, there's a lot of organizational things that have to occur outside of the just playing surface. By creating fields that don't overlap, you allow the teams to practice fully, whereas now the outfields overlap.
I understand, so they
One
could
team has
practice.
to play infield practice, and then you have to share the outfield. Now you can practice.
So you can have concurrent practices?
Exactly.
Okay, not games. Okay, fine, thank you. I live right there where you're planning to put the dugout. It's going to be, I think, about 8 feet, you say, from my backyard, 700 Bel Air Drive? Will there be kids there and going up to bat?
I could give you the distance.
I think you're asking
Yeah,
for...
9 feet.
You're asking for a variance that could become closer to the properties on Bel Air Drive, correct?
I think it's the variances associated with having accessory structures located in the front yard, and that's considered a front yard.
So, but am I right that you're asking for a variance from 50 feet to 16 feet so it can be closer to our properties?
The 16 feet is for a fence.
No, 9 feet, I'm sorry, 9 feet.
feet.
So it'll be 9
Yes,
feet
it
from
will
my
be
back
9
property.
feet.
So
It'll be
there'll
9 feet from that property.
A game being
Right.
played 9 feet, okay. And do I understand that from when the games are played currently in the existing field, that every time, what I've observed is that there's music played every time a batter goes up to bat?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so that would very likely happen right behind. Do you think that this will impact with a game right behind my backyard and all the other houses? Do you think this will impact our ability to peacefully enjoy our premises during the peak time to enjoy premises from March 1 to July?
No.
You don't?
No. There will be no negative impact.
Even though there'll be more activity of kids and noise and music right 9 feet away from my backyard?
I don't know about the music. There's a schedule of games, and now the softball field, which was at the northeast corner of the field, now will be at the, northwest corner will be at the southeast corner, adjacent to the existing playground.
Will you be cutting down those big trees that line
I
we
think-
have some like 30-foot tall
I
trees
think
there?
On the entire project, we have
It appears that you'll be cutting
3
down
trees that are being cut down.
large ones, okay. And then my other question is, did you do an assessment with, on property values from a professional realtor as to whether or not our property values would go down, particularly those of us on Bel Air Drive?
No.
Okay. I would really appreciate it if you would. I know that we're only asking questions now. I think I will just ask 2 more questions. I know I'm kind of pushing it a little bit here. Are you aware, did you take into account, I don't know if you're aware, but we have drainage problems as it is, that all that water, when there's heavy rain, drains into our backyard because of that. I don't know why. I've never understood, but we've had to pay to do drainage work. Did this go into your thinking to improve
Yes.
what runs off? Because right now the pitch is higher than our backyards. So how will the pitch change?
All of the grading activity will occur on the subject property, the applicant's property, and as I stated earlier,
No, the grading is higher on your property, mine is lower. So even though there
I'm
was,
not aware of that.
you built something to have it run off when there's heavy, so it is built to run out to Central Avenue, but when it's heavy, it overflows and goes down into Bel Air Drive. As all my neighbors will tell you that we get a tremendous amount of water, our backyards are underwater. So I'm wondering how this will impact us, and if you've looked into that.
we have looked into that, and we're improving the condition. There is an existing plastic pipe which discharges onto the field right by the existing playground near your property line, rear property line.
Yes,
That
that overflows.
That flow is carried in a swale over land
I am very familiar
down
with
to Central Avenue.
It
Or, excuse me,
overflows.
Yes, Central
Ma'am,
Avenue.
would you let him answer the question?
it. Yes,
before you-
absolutely, I'm
And
sorry.
then what we're doing is we're installing an oversized pipe to collect that and bring that underground and tie it in down at Central. So it'll no longer be allowed to just
That could be an
flare
improvement.
out and go wherever the grade allows it to go.
Okay. I think this is my last question. Have you done a sound study
No.
as to the impact on our, okay. So you have not asked a Realtor, if I understood? I would appreciate, I'm going to request that you will find out if our property values will decline along Bel Air Drive, and if you could do some kind of a sound study so we understand if there's music played every time the kids go up to bat. That's a request.
I can tell you, ma'am, that we're going to stipulate that there will be no music played during
Thank you.
any of the ball games.
I just want to know, why did you need to have the variance? Why couldn't it have stayed 50 feet? To give us the...
It's currently not 50 feet right now.
Yeah, but no one uses it there.
What the ordinance requires is that the play areas associated with the school, now that applies to the tennis courts, playgrounds, the ball fields, they have to be 50 feet from the front yard. This property has 3 front yards, you know. New Brunswick.
Right.
Central. and
We're the
Vermont.
backyard.
And so we'd have to move everything in 50 feet. It would be, you wouldn't be able to get a field in there, so.
So to get a field in
but
there, you
it's-
want the variance?
Yes, and that condition currently exists now. The retaining wall that holds the dugouts up for the baseball field at the southeast corner of the property is currently 9 feet away from the right-of-way line, so.
But now you want to add another one on the other side that's
Well,
9 feet
we're-
away.
We're rearranging the fields to maximize the area that the kids
Clearly.
can play without having to interrupt one activity in another. And again, it is my understanding that from a game time perspective, that's not going to change. There's not going to be 2 games going on simultaneously.
Okay. I just would like to request that they do more study to understand how this will impact us. They're building right 9 feet away from our backyard and putting a dugout and all this stuff 9 feet away. So just seems very questionable. Thank you.
Are there,
Margaret Merrifield, 25 Bel Air Drive, but I have the distinct, I'm 18 Bel Air Drive currently, but I have the distinct privilege of living at 25 Bel Air, which is in the corner where the current baseball field is. It's the little house right in the corner on Central and Bel Air. So I speak as someone that chose to buy that house and lived right behind a baseball diamond for 6 years. And so my question for you, one, is having lived right on the corner of Central and Bel Air, I think the current plan is to have that drainage go, those as being one of the spots. Those, that is one spot that receives the drainage that's running off. And just to tell you that I actually brought this to MK's attention before, those drains don't really work. And I know that that may be a township issue. I'm not sure why they don't properly drain, but when that water is coming down, which I'm now, it will also be coming from your underground system, it cannot handle the capacity, and the corner of Central and Bel Air becomes impassable by vehicles, and that's actually a spot where all the buses, the public school buses, come, and you, like, it's dangerous for children to walk through there. So I would like to ask if you have actually gone to that drain during a massive storm or had an engineer go there and look at what's happening, because it is not properly working. Has there been any engineer or expert that has gone and watched what happens when there's an actual storm in that location?
I haven't been there while there was a severe storm there, but I've been there many times while there was rainfall events, and I did not observe any of the conditions, but I am familiar with the drainage system and the deficiency that exists between Central and Valley.
Right.
It's, I mean, if you go upstream of Valley, across the street up the hill, and it's even documented on the township drainage maps, there are large storm drains that come down the hill and they turn into a 15-inch storm line. And then I think it's on plan, there's supposed to be a storm line on the school's property that runs down there. It's identified as a 15-inch pipe.
Yes.
We've had conducted TV investigations 2 times to try to find out where everything is. And I have a strong feeling that there is a culvert that runs along, although we couldn't get the camera pushed through it. We believe that there's a culvert running underneath the sheds and garages, what have you, that are just south of the south border of the subject property. But we couldn't push the camera far enough, or we couldn't determine it's not shown on the township maps. And in order to verify that, we would need the permission from everybody on that property to go and do some type of detailed investigation. And but I certainly recognize that you're going from a large pipe up the hill, significantly larger, down to smaller pipes, a flatter grade, and then when you get to Central, it merges to a legitimate water course.
Well, I would just say that intersection
Well,
there of
you know,
Bel Air
we're-
Central it's a real issue. I mean, it's above your shin if you're trying to walk through that. So that's one spot. If that's a drainage point, I would not say that's a highly reliable place to dump water.
Right, so what we're doing is we have the separate drainage facilities associated with the synthetic turf. What we're doing is installing a 24-inch size pipe, very flat, to just to convey as well as to provide storage, additional storage, because like you say, the smaller pipes that are there now, they're undersized.
Yes.
You don't have to be a hydraulics engineer to figure that out, but.
Okay, well, if there is any more work that could be done around mitigating that situation, my next thing is that for some reason, the acoustics off that field in that area are really funky. When you guys hosted the Relay for Life event a number of years ago, which was an all-night walk for life around cancer, the music, I don't know how it bounces, but it's crazy. And having lived behind that home plate, I'm really concerned about just the way the sound vibrates around that area. So I think a sound study of some sort, and to say you're going to ask Coach P not to play music is a lovely gesture. I'm not really sure that's...
We're not going to ask, we're not going to...
Okay, but so a sound study of some sort
Not
about
going.
just the way that sound jumps in that space. I don't really understand it, but having lived there and now on the other side of the street as well, even when you guys have school dances at night, it's really intense. So I don't know if there could be something done to think about how the sound, and now having different angles of sound coming at us, that would be wonderful. And my final question for you, and it really is a question, is just I have 3 young children, and our street is full of young children, and I'm concerned just about the quality of AstroTurf in the summer months, if it's off-gassing, what it is sending down the hill. If there's a study on that, I would love to have access to it, or if you have a sense. I mean, I know you guys have middle schooler kids there, so you are probably equally concerned about this. But just going forward, if there is a way to share that information with the street and the people that have young children on the street, that would be greatly appreciated.
Can you respond to that last point?
Sure. I recommend to you and to anybody in the public, the best document that I've seen regarding the health effects of synthetic turf is published by the New York State Health Department.
Okay.
It was issued probably 10 years ago, and it was at the time when, you may have recalled in New Jersey, the older synthetic turf, AstroTurf, when it was the short nylon carpet and we had the pad underneath, and it predated the permeable, or it was at the end of, or it was the beginning of the permeable era. That was made, the colorization process was done with lead chromate, and that had residual levels of lead that exceed anything that they use today. Now they use polypropylene and polyethylene, and that prompted New York State Health Department to do a study, because there were synthetic turf fields all over the place. They were removing the turf, and how do you dispose of it, et cetera, et cetera. So if you read that, it's like 2-3 pages you can download. You can find it pretty easily. It'll tell you what the health effects, and the number one health effect concern is the temperature of the field during the summer months.
Right.
And we have an alternative to use a green-coated rubber material, which knocks down the temperature of the field by approximately 20 degrees. We've been using it in a lot of fields lately. But other than that, the EDPM rubber, the material, the synthetic turf material, there's never been proven any ill health effects other than the temperature. And now, you may be aware of this at schools throughout the state and throughout the country. are required during those summer months when sports start up again, and they have to have readings on the field. And if it gets too hot and reaches certain temperature levels and whatnot, then they have to stop practice, break it up, have more frequent rests and everything. So I think, states have been following those precautions, but that's the leading concern I would have.
Okay, because I just want to be clear that when we talk about lot lines on Bel Air, it actually means that your house is right on the edge of that lot line. So when we talk about exposure to things in high temperatures and stuff like that, I'm lucky that I have now moved across the street with my 3 young kids, but there's families with little kids that are living right there. So that's why I bring this up as a concern. I appreciate that you spoke to that, but just the urgency for those families that have little kids that are right there during the summer playing with their houses right up against it. So thank you so much for your time.
Are there any other members of the audience with questions?
Jane Weaver, 10 Bel Air Drive. And I apologize, this is my first time here, so you may have addressed this previous meetings, so I'll try to keep it as, to the point as possible. But you talked about that the purpose of this is to maximize the use of the field. You have given us assurance that there would not be concurrent games, there won't be 2 games happening at the same time. But have you addressed what this maximizing the use of the field means, like how many more people will be using the fields at any given time, and how that will be affecting streets like Bel Air Drive and Central, for that matter?
Well, when we say maximizing the field, what that really means is to use the fields the way they are intended to use. So you don't have rainouts, you don't have poor conditions where you can't schedule your games the way you intend to schedule them. I've done many school projects where we're upgrading the facilities, and the biggest concern is that, we've had to cancel games because it's a rainy season, and then, rescheduling, and parents have lives and they want their kids to go to a schedule and stick to it. And this, by putting in synthetic turf, it allows you to do that because the field is playable shortly after it rains. And in some cases, some sports, they play through the rain event. It's not like baseball where it gets called often. But that's really the intent when I say maximize. We're trying to make the field playable for the intended use. And, so many schools are going to that now. And I think that's one of the principal reasons. It's scheduling.
So that's clearer. You're not anticipating that the number of people using the field at any given time will be increased by any significant, even notable?
Absolutely not. It's purely intended to utilize the fields the way it's intended. And when I say maximize the facilities, I mean you're not sending people home because it's a mud hole. Okay. That's really the key. That is clear. There was an impression that there will be a larger number of people attending these games. It's not an intensification by any means. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Any other members of the audience with questions?
Good evening. Nigel Gilbert, 3 Bel Air Drive. I've got a couple of questions, and I'm just trying to clarify. You mentioned the American Legion Baseball. Can you clarify what that league actually is?
I don't know, but I'm sure
Someone
there's
else
someone here can
someone else
answer that.
can answer that.
Okay.
You want?
It-
You want?
Yes.
You can't speak for the audience.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
I was going to address.
Okay, the American Legion, and SK, you correct me if I'm wrong, but since I lived right there, is in the summer months. Do you want me to?
Can we have the
Yes.
applicant answer that?
Yes.
For the record? You want to talk? Okay.
John, I don't think you testified previously.
No, I don't.
Not at this hearing, so he
Okay.
needs to be
Well,
sworn
raise
in.
your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. The American Legion.
Name and,
sorry.
and just indicate what your position is with them.
Okay. My name is James Costelli. I live at 28 Catherine Court, Cedar Grove. I'm Director of Physical Plant and Security. The American Legion team, what it is basically there's about 7 or 8 teams from the area that play on, well,
we only play on our field as our home team. So MKA is there, and they'll play, I think it's 6 to 7 home games from June till July.
Okay.
Early evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, they start, I believe they start about 5 o'clock, and they're over by 6:37.
Okay, and you said that MKA is part of that program?
Yes, sir.
The school, so the students
Yes,
are part of this program?
Yes.
Okay. And how large is the league, and how many games do they normally have there? I know you mentioned 7 or 8, but are you saying exclusively that there will only be 7 or 8 games there for the season?
Yes, there's only between 6 and 7 home games a year. Sometimes it's actually even less than that.
Okay. So I guess my question for everybody here is that have there been actually any review with regards to the traffic patterns that would actually be present for these games, the increase of parking, buses, or anything else of that nature? I can tell you firsthand, living on Bel Air on a day-to-day basis, and we're not even talking about baseball season, I'm talking about today, I can't find a parking space on my own street because the overflow of parking, MKA teachers can't even find parking, and they park in front of my house. So my question is, has there been any type of consideration or review with regards to the impact of the traffic and those traffic patterns in our area?
Was your question limited to the American Legion games, or are you talking about general traffic stuff?
Well, I can only speak for the current situation, and that's not going to reduce with the establishment of an additional field. What I do know is that currently MKA and the accommodations around MKA, it's already been maximized. We already know that MKA cannot even accommodate their own staff, their own activities, and in most instances, and this is something that even MKA will acknowledge, whenever there are events or functions and they do acknowledge the fact that it does impede and bleed over into Bel Air, Central, and all these other locations, so they do send us a notification on that, and that's fine and all. However, that is a one-time occurrence periodically. However, what you're referencing here is something that's going to be ongoing. And in this instance, there isn't even an assessment as to whether or not it's going to be 4 days, 5 days, 6 days a week, or which day it's going to actually be. So there isn't any understanding as to what the potential impact is going to be from a traffic perspective, from a convenience perspective, accommodating anything around my home location, and in addition to that, as everybody else has already mentioned, the impact from a noise perspective. So I'm asking, if it is that those things have actually been taken into consideration.
I can answer that.
Mr. Trembulak, unless you want to be sworn in.
Well, okay. Are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, as far as noise, nothing is changing as far as the impact of the fields. We're running the same exact programs as we're running right now. The American Legion team plays there now. It's going to be the same exact traffic that has been there before. We're not adding anything to these fields that isn't already there. So our programs remain absolutely the same. What we get from this is we get the ability to actually play games. I don't have the numbers, but probably 60% of our games last year were rained out, and these kids could not play on the fields. We do everything we could. We spend so much money just with quick dry, speedy dry, trying to get the fields in play, and we think that there's somewhat playable, and the officials will come and cancel the games.
So can I ask the question? So these changes were made because of the current issues that you mentioned with the fields, and actually being rained out. Have there been any investigations with regards to the actual drainage at that location to address this issue, as opposed to impacting the neighbors that actually live behind MKA? So essentially, what I'm asking is that, in its current footprint, you're saying that there's issues there. In the new plan, the suggestion is that you're going to be building additional drainage
Yes.
to accommodate this new field. Has there been consideration in building that same drainage system for the existing field? And in that instance, you're not negatively impacting additional neighbors.
I couldn't answer that.
The engineer
Rob,
should
the
answer.
engineer should answer
I
that.
think I answered that. Right now, the drainage system that conveys upland flows from Valley and further up the hill, across the subject property and to Central Ave, it's undersized. We're improving that by itself, conveyance, to the best of our ability. And if we had more information about what was going on the properties in Bel Air, maybe we can do more. I don't know.
So
Let me finish.
Good.
The synthetic turf field that you're talking about.
Oh, I'm not talking about synthetic
Well,
field.
let him answer. The runoff that comes from that field drains towards that swale right now. What we're proposing to do, and it's part of a typical construction of a synthetic turf field, is to put an under drain system in to catch it and retain it. What we're doing is not only we're catching it, retaining it, and then not exceeding the runoff that's presently going off there. We're reducing it by a factor of 4, and sometimes by a factor of greater than that.
Okay.
So we're doing the construction of synthetic turf will, by itself, improve the drainage condition. But there's a separate issue with that boundary that we're doing the best we can with it.
Right.
And like I said, we've done TV investigations, we've tried to figure out where everything's coming and going. And like I said, we're trying to improve.
So are you stating that it's not feasible for you to actually build an enhanced drainage system on the current footprint as it's set
No,
right
his
now?
testimony was that is exactly what they are doing.
There's no extra field being added.
Well, there are modifications to the field. That's
Well,
that's the whole.
Changing the location, there's still a softball field and a baseball field. The property is exactly the same size as before. They're not adding anything physically.
Right. That's not what I'm saying. And if that was the case and there was nothing changed, I don't think that any of us would be here, with all due respect. There wouldn't be a request for a variance. What I'm actually saying is that there are some changes to that field with regards to how it's positioned, correct? Which is why I'm here, because it's actually impacting potentially my quality of life, my backyard, and everything else. And what I'm asking is that, are you stating that in its current footprint, that it's not feasible for a drainage system to be put in to accommodate the situation that you guys just raised, which is bringing this all to head?
No, if you wanted to conduct a project that involved a drainage improvement to a natural turf field, it's entirely feasible. But that's not what we're doing. We're doing it with synthetic turf because we could spend a lot of money, more, put natural turf, tuck a hose sod in there, irrigation system, under drain system, and then you'd still have the same problem about playability if you get a substantially high seasonal rain condition like we had a couple of years ago.
Right.
It'd be
Again,
as bad as it is now. But
I'm sorry, but
I think we're talking past each other.
yeah,
I just want to interrupt for a second. He's saying, why can't the arrangement of the fields stay the way they are and use synthetic turf on the fields
Correct.
arranged the same way, which is a discussion that came up at the last meeting, and the answer was they end up with overlapping fields, which they consider to be a safety hazard when kids are practicing or anything else, and now they won't have an overlap between the fields of the softball field and the baseball field.
Thank you, Mr.
That's the reason they were doing the change in the arrangement. The arrangement change had nothing to do with the drainage.
okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Jimmy?
Jimmy, what Jimmy just mentioned with regards to the reason why initially that there was an issue here is not necessarily the reason why they're actually making the change.
Let me ask the witness a
Yeah.
question. If, with synthetic turf, are you able to play sooner after a rainstorm than you are with a natural turf field?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that the reason you're switching to synthetic turf?
Yes.
Drainage, you could do the exact same drainage improvements, natural turf, synthetic turf, be structured a little differently, fields where they are, fields relocated, you could do the exact same drainage system to improve the existing conditions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And how often are you guys expecting that you're going to have multiple activities going, multiple games going on, softball, baseball?
We will not.
that-
Baseball and softball will not play games at the same time, ever.
Okay. So again, I'm just a little puzzled that the reason why these changes are being made are because of safety, and then it's being raised that there really isn't going to be a lot of activity
Is the reason-
overlap.
No,
that
right,
you're-
right now, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I apologize.
Let me ask the question,
Sure.
so we may,
Sure.
will there be practices conducted at the same time?
Yes. Right now, softball and baseball cannot practice together because their fields intersect.
That's not what, I asked that question and he said it wouldn't be happening at the same
No, no.
Games.
Oh, but it's still more people.
Okay, you have to come up here. This is a time for asking questions.
And I'm done with all my questions, thank you.
Any other members of audience with questions for this witness?
Good evening. Daniel Parker, 212 Valley Road. Good evening. Is this plan fully baked?
Excuse me?
Is this plan fully baked?
What does that mean?
That's the question. I mean, do you think, it sounds to me like no traffic study, no engineering study with regard to irrigation, safety seems to be all over the place with regard to concurrence of play. So my question is this plan fully baked?
I still don't understand the question.
Okay.
Define what you mean
Let
by
me
fully
ask another question. The last time we were here, we talked about a special session, which was maybe an open house, where you invited interested parties and neighbors, not here, but so that you can introduce the plan and give the details of the plan. That's going back about 2 weeks or so. Since that time, have you had another session to tell everybody about the plan and give them the details?
I'm not sure he would be able to answer that.
Okay. Well, can you find someone
But
who will?
Well, we have
No,
representatives
no,
from
we
the
haven't.
school.
No, we haven't.
No, you haven't. Okay.
2 weeks.
So last time you were here, Mr. Walsh, did you have your configuration set up the same way as you do now?
Yes,
Yeah.
with the exception of the revisions I described previously.
Right. And do you think that anyone in the back can see any of these plans the way you're presenting it to the board? I mean, can
I
you?
think you should ask them.
Okay. Why don't you, do you want to check it out? Go sit back there and you tell me that if I'm presenting your board here, that you can actually follow through the plan. So my question to you is, do you reasonably think that if you were sitting in the back, you could see the plans and what you're attempting to do with this property?
I mean, I'm following the procedures that the board has outlined that we follow.
Yeah.
Same thing we did at the last meeting.
Yeah, I know it is, I know, and I'll get to notice in a second, but these people in the board, I suspect, are going to be looking at the credibility and the answers that you provide, and your misstatements, and help them to make a
Okay,
determination.
this is just for
Exactly.
asking questions.
You're supposed to ask questions.
So, here's another question. With regard to the schedule, which was, I guess, an
We're
enhanced
going to have the
schedule.
witness come back to answer the questions on the schedule.
Okay, but that schedule, I just want to ask one question. That schedule wasn't included in this additional notice, was it?
No.
Okay, so you didn't notice everybody on the schedule, you just sent another statutory notice?
We don't have to give
Of course you don't.
copies
And I have-
of every piece of evidence that we're presenting to the board. It was on file with the board at least 10 days before, and anyone could have
Right.
seen it. We're
So-
not obligated to give you every...
So, Mr.
every
Walsh, since
document
you're,
that's presented.
Mr. Walsh, since you're the witness, do you think that this constitutes adequate notice if everyone has to run to the town to get it, or you think?
Objection, that's not
okay.
within his
Okay.
expertise to answer.
There is a legal requirement as to what the notice is. it was indicated that they complied with the notice requirements. The town legally, and there have been multiple court decisions, cannot require the applicant to do more notice than what the municipal land use law requires. So it is what it is. The town goes an extra step and puts the application online so people don't have to come running to the municipal building to look at the plans. The plans are online and available for people's inspection.
Okay, fair enough, thanks. Have you assessed whether this is consistent with the town master plan?
Yes.
And what's the
Yes.
result? Okay. And I have one final question. In the notice, it says, the applicant also requests any other variances or site plan waivers that may be required in connection with this application. What does that mean?
May I, Mr.
This is a question you may answer.
That's a standard provision that most attorneys include in notices. There aren't any other variances that we're aware of, but it's to provide notice that in case in the course of the meeting, additional variances are determined to be required, that the applicant doesn't have to go out and renotice. Now, none of that has happened here. I was at a hearing the other night where it was a conforming application and a board member wanted to make a change which triggered the need for a variance that the applicant hadn't given notice of, and because of that provision, the board was allowed to hear the application.
Okay, but however, it is to deal with minor differences. The public has to be fairly on notice. So for this application, as you know, since you witnessed it, because they needed an additional significant variance for the additional fencing that they were going to install, they had to renotice the application. So it is one, so us lawyers don't get sued for malpractice if we don't put that sentence in, is to be quite honest. But it is to cover minor differences. The public has to be fairly on notice, and that's why we require them to renotice because of the additional fencing, because people on Central, people on Bel Air would not have been aware that fencing was going to be proposed along those foul lines. So, it is a catch-all, but it can only go so far in protecting you from not having to come back if significant new variances arise during the course of an initial hearing.
And how would we know what's significant?
That is up to the board.
So it's sort of an open door to add on to additional lights?
No, it is put in, the reason it is put in, because frequently before board members will request changes that same basic project, but requires an additional, to do a simple example, if in this application, and it's backwards of what ended up happening, if we had said we want the fences to be a foot higher, same location, that would have been something that would have been covered because the public was on notice, they were seeking a height variance. If we said we wanted the fences to be 10 feet higher, I would have said go back and renotice, as we did with new fencing, renotice, come back. But yes, it is, and I err on the side of being conservative on that because it's silly to have a decision reversed because they didn't do the notice right.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, we were here 2 weeks ago and we went from 30 feet to, I believe, now 20 feet, or what's to stop us from increasing that height again because of the very reason you mentioned?
Okay, just what I said. If they were to go back to 30 feet, I'd say go renotice that so the public's aware of that.
Okay.
If they went to 21, I'd say, okay.
Okay. And since counsel already answered a question, I figured I'd ask one more question for him. How do you stipulate no noise?
We didn't stipulate no noise. We stipulated no music.
No music, and how do you do that?
We just did, and the board will include that as a condition of the approval.
So when people are actually on the field, they just revert back to your stipulation? I mean, how do you do that? I think that the statements you guys make really need to be credible, but thank you. I'll be back.
I object to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Bobby Soberwall, 99 Central Ave. I think my house is closest to home plate for the baseball field. What is the distance from home plate to my front yard?
I don't know where your front yard is.
It's right across the street from home plate.
I could give you the distance from the right-of-way line.
I'm more concerned about baseballs, not right away.
It's lot 30.
From home plate to where?
To my sidewalk, let's say.
It's 100 feet.
Okay. So while we agree that anyone who can hit a baseball, say 400 some feet, you sign them up, what about the kids who can hit a baseball 100 feet? Pretty much anyone who's on that field.
The position of your property is behind the backstop, so I doubt that any balls could make it to the door.
I don't know if I would agree with that statement. If I saw home plate correctly, let's see here.
Home plate is here.
Is this an accurate depiction right here, or what it would be?
Yeah, it's a rendering.
Great, let's hold on for a second. I'll look at that render. Okay, so this is my property right here. Can we see it as well?
I'll
Yes.
go, yes.
Put it right
Show
there.
those guys in my too?
Absolutely.
All right, so this is home plate. This is my property right here. It goes to about here. My kids love riding their bikes in this area. So home plate is not behind my property. And therefore, I'm concerned about, you guys said 6 days a week for baseball? Yes, sir. 6 days a week. I need to be out there with my kids, with my mitts and catch any balls that come over. And that brings to mind my question that you mentioned, people have lives, that's why you don't want to have the field rained out. My kids have lives, they like riding their bikes. Should I start taking breaks during the day to come home and let them ride their bikes while I watch out for baseballs?
Is there any?
It's a question, sir, that's all. If you have a comment, I'd love to hear it.
I think the probability of the ball going in your yard is highly unlikely.
Look, I find 2 to 3 balls a year in my yard, and that comes from balls that have been hit and run and bounced down the street, and those things don't worry me. I'm not so concerned about that. It's fly balls that concern me. The foul ball that arcs over the backstop and comes down is not a good thing for an 8-year-old to have an impact with.
This is a 40-foot backstop. It's a clamshell backstop, similar to what's out there now. We've just added to the plan 125 feet of 20-foot-high safety screen that I think would protect your property.
Yeah, we could
from
talk about the
foul ball.
aesthetics as well, but for now, I just want to focus on the safety. I do have one more question, and this is something that wasn't in the blueprints that you mentioned, that synthetic fields get warmer than regular grass? Is that an accurate statement?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so does that mean that in the summertime, on hotter days, we will have a warmer breeze coming off of the fields?
I couldn't tell you that.
So if the field is
These are
warmer,
temperatures measured at the field from prior studies.
but based on your best assessment here, I realize this may not be your field of expertise, but if the field is warmer, then shouldn't we assume, than the grass, let's say, on our front yards, and can we assume that there will be a warmer breeze coming off of there?
I couldn't tell you. I know that the studies have shown that, and then the temperatures are taken within the footprint of the field. I don't know of any studies that measures the ambient heat levels at any varying distance away from that field.
Okay. And just to add on to what one person said earlier, I would love to hear about the impact of real estate values, property values, because this is my front yard essentially. And when we moved in, we had this wonderful green field in front of us. And now, it's still, in all fairness, gentlemen, looks very nice, but we do have a regular porta potty in our front that we get to look at that's on the field permanently, as far as I can tell. So, just some thoughts. Thank you for your time.
Any other members of the audience with questions?
back with an additional question if they
Yes.
So I think what,
State your name again.
oh, I'm
for the
sorry,
record.
Laura Shannon, 7A Bel Air Drive. I think what I'm feeling here is that the people in your neighborhood don't really feel like you're good neighbors. I personally.
This is just for
No, no, this is
questions.
I'm going to ask, I swear to God, I'm not making a case here, and I wasn't looking for, I don't think you're bad neighbors, but I don't think you're good neighbors. And you're doing the minimum, you're not going beyond that. My question is, since this is in such a tight residential neighborhood with such short backyard, we have very short, but you may not understand, is on Bel Air Drive, we don't have these deep, this is a very like village-like neighborhood, and they've got it, I mean, what I find so interesting is why isn't the rendering up even for you to see while we're talking about it? Because that doesn't show you. These houses are very close together with very tiny yards. So our home is not at all far. I wish I could tell you the distance, but my neighbors could tell you. They're very, very short, very close to our houses. So my question is, and I really am leading to a question, I swear, why, since you have this great property there in this tight neighborhood, why should the town give you a variance? Why should they? Why shouldn't you follow the rules that everyone else does? What is it, why should the town do that? You have a right to do whatever you want with your property, but that's my question.
Because it meets the statutory requirements for the granting of the variance before a zoning board.
Any other members of the audience with a question?
Yes, this is Jane Weaver, 10 Bel Air, and this is a follow-up from what my neighbor was asking before. And it is kind of add-on to what my neighbor Laura was asking about why the variance is needed. You want to put in the artificial turf so you can utilize the game, utilize the field after storms. That is understandable. Why do you need to change the position of the fields as part of that? I'm not clear on that. I apologize.
Okay,
I guess
you
my brain.
asked the question. We have.
We're doing it to allow for the fields to not overlap so that they can use the field simultaneously. It's a safety question. It's a safety condition. It's also utilization of the field condition that your teams are going to practice, and if you're going to invest in a synthetic turf surface, the striping and the layout of the fields should be in such a manner that they can use it efficiently from a time perspective, and they don't have to say, well, you know, you're going to do infield practice today, but we're going to have to wait till baseball finishes their full outfield practice. This way they can do their two practices at the same time. And I must note that the fields, the fields just touch each other. Sure. Sure. Okay. The fields, we've illustrated with a white line, the outfield line, right? So to have a temporary fence, plastic fence on both of these, and to have two games going simultaneously doesn't really make any sense.
But you said there aren't going to be two games going simultaneously.
No, but I'm trying to illustrate the point, is to have them, so just to put that aside, the fact that there won't be two games going on. Could you imagine the outfield here in a game? Just, it's not practical. I just want to reiterate that point. Now, from a practicing standpoint, you're hitting fly pops out to people. You have coaches all around. You don't have a crowd around watching a game. It's supervised, and the potential interference between the two outfields is minimized. It's monitored, and it's a different type of activity.
I understand that. That is
in order to
contradictory to what you told me before when I asked, was there going to be any increased use? And you said, no. No, there won't be two games, but there will be a practice. So these kids are walking to practice?
No, you can.
I'm asking that facetiously, but you're saying there's a safety issue. Well, this has existed for as long as MKA's been there, so I guess you've had a lot of safety problems.
I'm sorry, can I answer that question?
If you get a microphone.
Thank you. Right now, they do practice together. The problem is they can't have full practices, so they're going to have the same practice times as they do, but right now the girls could only use the infield where the boys use both because it's too dangerous for the girls. So the practice times will remain the same, so there's going to be no add-ons. It's going to be the same people that are there for practices that are there right now, same times and everything. It just makes it safer because we had girls that were almost getting hit with pop-ups and high flies all the time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other members of the audience with questions for this witness? Okay. I have one question because I'm confused. The notice, the new notice that went out still requested the variance for the fence on top of the retaining wall. My understanding from your testimony was that you are not requesting that variance. Is that correct, or is there remain a situation where...
No, I think that remains, and I spoke to Graham about it, and we have at the highest point adjacent to the playground, the existing playground, we are proposing a 42-inch high retaining wall.
If you could just take the microphone back. Yeah, sorry.
We are proposing the 42-inch high retaining wall at its highest location, adjacent to the playground, and we want to have a 42-inch high fence at that location. So that's 7 feet high. And the combined height of fence, retaining wall with fence on top is limited to 6 feet. So
It was the location. It's the yard issue, because this is...
we're behind the furthest...
behind the main building, but the
other area, it's below the 6 foot.
This property is 2 lots. It was confusing to identify the exact location.
But imagine, if you will, that the 7-foot combined height occurs at that playground area, and then it slopes down to like 8 inches. So once it goes below the 6 foot, so we've minimized where that variance is, and as you know, we originally had the 4.5 foot, the 54-inch height fence, and then based on our discussions, we reduced that down to the 42.
So what bad thing would happen if we did not grant that variance?
I mean, that kind of, we need that variance. Because the playground, because the retaining wall proposing there is so close to the playground, if we moved it back 4 feet, it'd be right onto the playground surface, the fence location. And then you'd still have that segment of wall that's 42 inches above, and you have people potentially walking there with no guard on top of the wall.
But you could do...
I mean, if you feel you need to.
I mean, this is the slope in that area, and if we want to mark this...
If you're showing it to us, it'll be A3.
A3? A3, that one. I have several copies of it. We're the top of the retaining wall is, I'm going to give you a distance, I think it's around 4 feet away, maybe a little less, between that timber. No, it's like, this is a 20 scale. Center of the top of the wall, center of the top of the wall is approximately 30 inches from that timber. So in order to push it back, I just think, and it's restricted to that one area where we do have the playground. The remainder of the walls, as you know, like tapers down from there, and then the rest of them are no more than 2 feet high on the other portion.
So where you have the natural slope now, you're excavating that and putting in a retaining wall.
Yes.
And did you look at planting shrubs along that stretch of the wall?
Planting shrubs along that stretch of the wall and putting, and I guess putting the, I don't know if we would meet the variance. I mean, I don't know if we, I think it's a foot per height of fence, right? So that'd be 3.5 feet back.
Jim.
Okay, this is Jim Caselli.
Yeah, just to address that, we did discuss that after the last meeting. And our fear is the kids that are playing up there, coming off of the swings, even with bushes, they could still go in between the bushes, go around the bushes. There's not a lot of area there. And also, when the kids are out there playing, could be hundreds of kids out there at a time during recesses. It's really hard to see them if they start hiding in between bushes. And if we can't see them and they get closer to the wall, it's just an easy fall problem from that point on. It's really, we think it's still a danger unless there's something there to prevent the kids from falling off, especially with the swings that are there.
Can you point the playground out on the
Closest to.
on the rendering? Yeah.
You gotta keep the rendering up, yeah.
Yeah, we can't see it.
See that blue safety surface there? You've got swings, you've got play equipment, and the dugout is in the foreground.
So that's the playground on the other side of the softball field?
Yes, on the other side of the softball field.
So these houses in this picture on Valley Road?
No, that's looking
Bel Air?
southward. So so this is that blue safety surface.
Oh, so that's
and I'm
Bel Air.
looking southward, those houses from Bel Air.
Brunswick doesn't have any houses on the same,
Right, they're across the street.
yet across the street.
What is the length of the fence that'll be non-conforming?
$113 feet.
113 feet would be non-conforming.
Will be that's the length of wall that will be 42 inches high with the 42-inch fence.
That's basically the whole length of the walls.
No, there's 65 feet of taper that goes down to 8 inches from the 42-inch as you go further down the left field line.
Mr. Trembulak, unless you have further questions for him, you want to bring your original witness back up?
Yes. And no further questions. I'll bring Mr. Namick back. Did you have a chance to clarify, I assume we'll start talking about the use of the fields and the question that the chairman had earlier?
Right. So I'm looking at A2, the schedule of activity on the field, and anything that is identified as a middle school sport, those are only on the weekdays. There are games for the JV and varsity programs in the fall and the spring that occasionally occur on Saturdays. I can't give you the exact number of Saturdays because sometimes those Saturday games are rescheduled from the week when there has been inclement weather. But just to clarify, For the JV and the varsity programs, there are occasional Saturday games, but for the middle school program, there are not.
You're talking about baseball, you're talking about all sports?
We're talking about baseball and softball, sometimes games, sometimes practices, and then occasionally a JV soccer game in the fall.
Okay, I'm going to go through this step by step, because, okay, so your first thing has varsity and JV soccer practices 4 to 5:30. Is that only Monday through Friday?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, then the next is okay, that's preseason, then practices in season for all middle school, soccer, football, field hockey. Is that all Monday through Friday?
Correct, and that would be roughly 3 to 4.
Okay, and then that's my confusion on that. You have 4 different teams practicing during the same 1-hour period, 5 days a week, and I'm curious as to how they all fit there at the same time.
Split fields.
Okay, but
These are middle school students.
Okay, the members of the audience will have a chance to ask questions. If we're going to proceed with this, everyone needs to take their turn with speaking and not interrupt what is going on. You have 4 split fields?
We have 2 fields, we split them, and then we've got 4 playing spaces.
And where does the field hockey fit into that?
Generally, field hockey is practicing at 40 Upper Mountain.
Okay, but you have them listed, ones
Yeah.
who do games, days.
They do not play games, and they rarely practice at the Valley Road campus.
Okay, and then you have games or scrimmages, and for soccer and football. And so you were making a distinction between JV and middle school. So will there be any middle school games or scrimmages other than Monday through Friday?
No, there will not.
And you indicate, so the JV soccer, boys and girls, and the JV football, that can occur on Saturdays?
There can be practices and games. That's our current schedule.
Okay, you just lost me on the practices. We just went through the practices, and you said those were Monday through Friday only.
Sorry, I'm talking about middle school, right? Practices and games only Monday through Friday.
No, you said that for practices in season. Oh, that was, okay, go ahead. That was preseason.
Okay, but,
Will you ask your question again?
okay. Are there any practices for any sport, for any age group? I'm just doing fall, we'll get to baseball and softball, on Saturdays?
There could be a JV level practice on a Saturday, yes.
Both soccer and football?
Yes.
And then games and scrimmages, JV soccer and football can be Monday through Saturday?
Did you say JV?
I did.
Yes.
Okay. Moving to baseball and softball. You have for varsity baseball and softball 5 to 6 days per week, and I assume by definition that means Saturdays but not Sundays?
Correct.
And then you have JV baseball and softball 1 to 2 days a week? Can that be, what days can that occur?
Those are weekdays. You're talking about the practices?
That's what we're on. We're
Yeah,
doing this
yeah.
step by step.
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay, then we're, I'm not, well, okay. And then, and the same thing, I'm assuming the same thing applies. Okay, so that first grouping of varsity and JV baseball and softball, where it says weekdays, that is not accurate for the varsity. Is that correct? You
Can you
just,
tell me where you are on the document?
okay, the first grouping that says practices, weekdays only after 4 PM, but inconsistent with that, you have varsity baseball, varsity softball, 5 to 6 days per week, and I can't get 6 days
Yeah.
during 5 weekdays.
You're right, that is an error.
Okay. But the JV will just be Monday through Friday. And then you have the middle school baseball and softball and middle school lacrosse. That indicates weekdays only, and is that weekdays only correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have baseball and softball games. Are all of those Monday through Saturday?
That's correct.
Are there, and no Sunday games?
No Sunday games.
Okay, and then you have the middle school recess and phys ed. I assume that's only weekdays?
Correct.
And then we have the summer use. We have summer camp. Is that just weekdays?
Yes.
What about the baseball camp?
That's the one then in June. That's weekdays also.
And the indication, the American Legion baseball, that can be Saturdays?
It can.
Not Sundays?
Correct.
For the game, since you're dealing with days that it stays daylight until 8:30, what time do the games end?
Our games typically start for the varsity and JV level at 4 o'clock.
What about the American Legion?
I'd have to ask Mr. Castelli that question.
Usually, they can play anywhere between 4 and 5 start times.
Okay, how late would a game typically go?
9-inning game, if it starts at 6, by 7:30, it should be over 8 o'clock tops.
Any other questions from members of the board for this witness? Mr. Fleischer?
I just want to clarify again what we said earlier, because people seem to be getting mixed up with better utilization of the fields and increased scheduling of events and things.
Right.
But there is no, you indicated there is no increase to the number of events than you currently are running at these fields. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the difference is the ability to utilize the fields for practice and other purposes more efficiently, essentially during the school days.
More efficiently and more safely.
Thank you.
Other questions from members of the board? Are there members of the audience with questions for this witness?
Hi, Robert Davis at 5 Bel Air Drive. So my question is that you seem to be confused about how you're going to use the field, because you're saying that it's good for practice, and now it's also going to be used for the high school and also the junior high. Is that, am I clear about that?
This is its current use, and this is how we would also use a renovated field.
So that, you're saying that it's currently with the junior high and the high school, and so that's where there's not going to be any change, because isn't there going to be more people using it?
There will not be more people using it. It's the same program and the same number of students.
Also, I sort of want to go back to what my other neighbor was asking, Nigel, is the fact that couldn't this have been done without rearranging the field? I mean, if your issue is drainage, couldn't you have done all of this without, completely doing the field over again?
Really, the two issues, one was drainage, and the other was this issue of safety in the spring season when both baseball and softball are playing. So, and by playing, I mean practicing. We can now, with this reconfiguration, we can have two practices simultaneously, full field, without compromising the safety of students.
And how long is this process supposed to take? I mean, is there going to be construction trucks and all of this? Because you're talking about undertaking, lifting up the soil, adding all this this irrigation and drainage. So where is all these construction trucks going to be? And isn't that going to limit more of the parking and the congestion that we are dealing with right now?
So that's a question I think best answered by Mr. Walsh or Mr. Castelli.
Yes, our plan is to break ground probably end of April, early May, and it'll run through the summer months. Everything will be off of the street. There'll be no impact. Of course, there'll be trucks passing in and out. They have to turn some soil over and get some soil out of there. And we're looking to end in mid-September, early September to mid-September.
How could you say there'd be no impact if they're going to be having, trucks and wouldn't they
No, I
have to?
I said there'll be trucks moving in and out.
Right.
Yeah, and also this year, there'll be no camps, no star camp will be on the site. They'll be on other sites.
Okay. One more question.
Sure.
I live right behind where the playground is, and I already get lacrosse balls and basketballs and all kinds of crap on my side of the yard. And you're saying that you're going to add a field closer to my house. So what's to prevent that from breaking my window or more things flying onto my side of the property?
I think Rob testified to the backstops that we have there. They're overhanging backstops where balls usually cannot go back on them, and we are also putting up a large net on that side to prevent any houses from getting.
But isn't that a movable net? It's not going to be permanent, right? That's going to be a...
Yes, sir. It's going to be removable.
Which means we take it down when we're not using the facility for baseball or softball.
All right.
Just to clarify, during games and everything, the backstop is still there.
Correct.
So the only time it comes down is when they're no longer using the field for the softball program. That's the only time the backstop will come down.
So if I could clarify, Mr. Fleischer, the backstop is a permanent structure.
Right.
The safety netting will come up and down.
Right, so the backstop is permanent.
So is this safety netting going to prevent from going over, again, if you're moving closer to my house, there's, every opportunity that, even in practice, that a ball could come flying over and, hit the house and break a window or something.
Yeah, yes, this should protect your house. That's why we're putting it up. And we're also going to have large trees that we're installing along that border, and we're also putting up a wood fence. That'll help with any noise.
Nigel Gilbert, 3 Bel Air Drive. It's just come to my attention that a lot of the activities that actually do take place at the middle school are not actually for the middle school students. And now it seems to me that it's based on the explanation as to the schedule that there is an inconvenience because of the fact that these activities potentially overlap. So my question is this, and it's twofold. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, what's the reason why the MKA High School and those activities don't exist at the high school and at their property, on their grounds?
Want me to answer that, Tom?
Sure.
We don't have fields that could house our baseball and softball. These fields have been here 30, 40, 50 years. This is the only area that we could house the baseball and softball fields.
So what I'm understanding is that the capacity to offer these activities are not available, however, you still want to offer these activities, and in turn, there may be a consequence for that, which essentially means an inconvenience to the neighbors. I guess my question is, it'd be one thing to argue the fact if this was a service offering for the MKA middle school students. I could see that argument being made here. However, what we're talking about here is a service offering for another school. And that's what this is. Another school's activities that you're looking to accommodate here at MKA. And as a result of that,
You're asking questions.
so I guess my question, and let me rephrase it, is that why is it that if it is that there is a cap or capacity for for these activities, are you guys actually pushing to expand the offering when these activities weren't even feasible at the schools that they actually are offering them for?
I'll answer this.
Yeah.
It's one school on 3 campuses.
But it's not that campus, and students don't belong to that campus.
No, but they belong to the pre-K to 12 school. Our middle school students also are part of a swim program, and they go to the upper school to swim in the pool there, just as our high school students, in order to practice and play in some of our sports, come to the facility that we have at the middle school.
Right.
And
But
both schools, and I'll let you continue, share the facility at 40 Upper Mountain.
that's an internal facility, correct?
That's a field and a field house right at the corner of Upper Mountain.
An enclosed field house
No.
that doesn't impact the neighbors.
Well, some of the neighbors might say it does.
There's a field there.
Fields that has neighbors across the street and next to it.
Okay. So I guess, again, my question is that it looks as if there are actually additional arrangements that are actually being made at this location, and I'm trying to understand if it is that they do not...
All these things have been here before.
Yeah.
All these activities take place here.
Well,
Have taken place over the years. This is not a new activity.
But the sequencing actually is, and I think that's what you guys are stating, that it's the actual...
Sequencing isn't either.
Okay, let me add, will there be any change in when the high school teams use the field other than having days that aren't lost due to rain?
No.
It'll be exactly the same as it has been for the past many years, is that correct?
Program remains exactly the same.
Okay. And then one final question, and I actually just saw the rendering here, of the proposal, and my house is actually essentially adjacent to the home plate. So I actually do have concerns with regards to the noise pollution that actually will exist, as you state, 6 days a week, potentially at that location. So have there been any studies, or are there any plans to do any studies with regards to the impact because of the fact that you're asking for this variance there?
We believe that the fence and some of those large trees will eat up some of the noise. There's not going to be games there 6 days a week. A lot of times the girls are...
It's practice. You mentioned practice.
But the girls play away too, so maybe 2 to 3 days a week, I'm just guessing, they'll be there. Because don't forget, they have away schedules too.
Right.
So, they'll be away 2 or 3 days a week, they'll be here 2 or 3 days a week.
Okay, so half the week. Approximately.
Yeah, I don't want to say yes or no because they could have...
Okay, so again, I guess my question is that, has there been any analysis with regards to the impact, the noise impact there?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other members of the audience with questions concerning the games and practices at the field? Okay. What? This is the only testified about games and practices and times and.
My question doesn't relate to that, but it is directed to the gentleman here.
State your name and address, please.
Sorry, Bobby Soberwall, 99 Central. Will the field be open to the community?
It is now.
Yes.
People use it.
Will it be open?
That's not going to change.
Okay, because when you put the tennis courts up, you put combination locks on them.
Which we shared with the neighbors on an as-asked basis.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Laura Shannon, 7A Bel Air Drive. I'm really sorry. I really don't want to keep coming up here. Will this make the neighborhood more, will it reduce the aesthetic beauty of the neighborhood to have 10-foot, 20-foot, 30, well, now you've done 20-foot fences? My question now, no one has really brought up aesthetics. There's that. And I know that in the last meeting, I watched the video, the engineer talked about how all the neighbors loved the landscaping they did last year. They did the most hideous, insulting landscaping on Brunswick. They put up these arborvitaes.
You're asking questions.
So how did he know? How did he know that the neighborhood, it's just aesthetics. No one brought that up.
The microphone.
I did? I really don't want to be up here. I really don't. But no one's brought up aesthetics, and that is part of the property values, which I just don't know if we can have this conversation without asking those questions.
Any other questions from members of the audience? Mr. Parker.
Daniel Parker, 212 Valley Road. Mr. Namick, you oversee all the faculty and staff at the MK Middle School, the subject property we're talking about, correct?
I do.
With regard to faculty and staff, can all of your faculty and staff park on site?
At the middle school?
Yes.
No, they can't.
What is the ratio of faculty to parking spots on site?
I can't tell you offhand. If I'd been asked the question in advance, I would have brought that information.
But you can confirm that you cannot get all your faculty and staff on site
That's
parking?
correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with any complaints with regard to parking, say, in the last 12 months?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the audience?
Tammy Bolden, 216 Valley Road. So I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that there's going to be no additional usage by the school than what's being taking place now.
Correct.
But you're saying that the practices they'll be able to have concurrent practices. So is that going to increase traffic or?
Those students, those athletes are already on site with our current configuration. As Mr. Castelli mentioned earlier, one example would be where the girls softball team is confined to having an infield practice, while the boys baseball team has a full field practice.
Okay.
But it's still the same number of students.
So it's the same number of students that just concurrently, they'll be able to work at different.
Able to have full field.
Okay. So has there been a study done on the traffic patterns? Because parking in the area is horrendous. And if you're going to have games and all that, it's going to really impact how, the residents enjoy.
We did not do a traffic study. However, if I wasn't clear about it, one of the reasons for the absence of a traffic study is that we're not projecting any increased usage. There won't be more games. There won't be more traffic. It will be the situation that we're currently dealing with.
Okay, which is not ideal. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other members of the audience with questions for this witness? Mr. Trembulak, do you have any further witnesses?
No, we don't.
Are there any members of the audience who have any testimony to give concerning the application? Going once? This is your chance. If you have anything you want to say about the application, this is your chance.
We thought we could only ask questions.
No, this is now you have the chance to comment on the application.
Now people can go up and say what a bad idea it is if they want to.
Or they can say a good idea or a mediocre idea.
Yeah, or that we love it.
Okay, but
I
if...
didn't know if that was clear. I wouldn't have gone up 3 times.
No, but no. First, there was opportunity to question the witnesses. Now there's the opportunity to give your opinion on the application.
So I'll start because I was here 2 weeks ago.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Daniel Parker, 212 Valley Road. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I went on record opposing this petition, and I continue to oppose this position. Thank you.
Anyone else who has any statement, comments on the application?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Nigel Gilbert, 3 Bel Air Drive. I do object for this, with regards to this variance being approved for a number of reasons. I think that it's premature for anyone to come forward and make their request, making a statement that there will be no impact when there actually haven't been any studies or assessments made. I've seen no evidence showing the fact, and even as the witnesses have actually stated, they can't speak to the noise variance, and any impact whatsoever there. I can speak to the fact that my backyard is adjacent to where they're going to build the field, and there is most definitely going to be a quality of life impact there, in addition to the fact of the raising of a 20-foot fence in my backyard. In addition to that, it's already a challenge with the fact that that MKA also creates an issue with regards to parking. But even beyond that, because that's a current issue, the fact that parking is already a current issue there. Now you're talking about a noise issue as well. Granting of a variance without thorough understanding as to the noise, as to the drainage issue, and again, it's one thing for them to state that that this shouldn't pose no impact, but again, I think that it's thoughtful for anyone, and I'm requesting that the board also think about this before actually granting a variance on a code that they do have the evidence to show the fact that that the members and actually the neighbors who actually do pay taxes here in Montclair, that they're not going to be negatively impacted with this decision. Thank you.
Any other members of the audience with comments on the application?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address.
Robert Davis, 5 Bel Air Drive, Montclair, New Jersey. I also want to put on the record that I oppose the variance. I don't see how it benefits any of the neighbors that live next to the Montclair Kimberley Academy.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do. Tammy Bolden, 216 Valley Road, Montclair. I want to go on record that I do oppose this plan as proposed. Thank you.
Any other members of the audience?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do. Bobby Soberwall, 99 Central Avenue. This variance would change everything about our daily lives, especially in the summertime. We would essentially be unwilling spectators to baseball games 6 days a week. We would need to pay attention to those games because now suddenly I'm concerned about foul balls coming into our yard where my kids play. There's going to be apparently a warm breeze coming off the field on hot days. I can't stress enough how I feel this changes our quality of life here in Montclair. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
As to, currently, the baseball field is the opposite configuration as they're proposing it, but there's no fencing. Are there problems now with foul balls going off into Central Avenue? I mean, your property's further away now, I understand, but...
Yes, sir. Currently, as I mentioned, we see a few foul balls a year in our yard, but not fly balls. I don't really care if a ball bounces into the yard, it runs into the yard after bouncing down the street a few times. I'm more concerned about the ball coming airborne. And even with a backstop which overhangs home plate, we all understand how foul balls tend to hook or can hook. There are dynamics to ball movement.
So when, I just want to clarify, so when your home was in the line of the right field line where they're intending to hit the ball, that was not a concern. This backstop is intended to prevent anything coming off the plate from doing that. So where your house is, I mean, one of the issues is that one of the reasons they're back here tonight, or it would have ended 2 weeks ago when there was virtually nobody here, frankly, was that we asked them for additional safety netting. So I find it interesting that we specifically added safety netting in 2 locations specifically to protect both Central Avenue and the houses on Bel Air, and now people are complaining that there's netting there and becomes a problem when we intentionally asked them to, because they came in without any safety netting on that side of the field, and we specifically asked them for the safety netting out of concern for the neighbors. So I'm trying to understand how balls that would have been hit a long distance and high would have been coming at you before, and now what might happen, which would be pretty hard to get to where your home is, at least based on you described it, as coming off home plate and somehow avoiding the thing and curving all the way back towards your house, when we've added the netting specifically to prevent that from happening. That's why there is the 20-foot high netting along Central, which didn't exist in the initial application. So I'm not understanding. In fact, you're better protected now than you were before with the field in the other position.
I'm a little
Because
confused, by the way.
they're not hitting towards you, they're hitting away from you for the most part.
That's
But
correct,
the only
they are.
thing but before they were hitting towards you when they were in the other corner of this same layout. So we have 2 different situations. One person saying, I like the fields in the old configuration, but the old configurations were no safer for somebody else on either Bel Air, frankly, or Central. But in fact, they're probably safer for your house now than it was before. That's why I'm interested in understanding what your concern is when we specifically asked for the extra safety netting to protect anybody on Central, including people simply walking on the street or cars driving by. That's why we added the safety netting, which wasn't even in the initial application.
So when I came up here, I had 2 thoughts. One was, which one matters more to me? Is it the aesthetics which are being damaged, or is it the safety aspect? And for me, the greater concern is going to be safety always. So that's what I wanted to focus on at this time. I do still feel I still have a concern, to be blunt. I understand that you've added the safety netting, and I appreciate that. But it doesn't change the fact that balls could come into my yard. And in the previous configuration, we did not have fly balls coming into the yard.
I don't understand that.
No, I mean, his house is far enough away that it would be a rather massive hit to get a fly ball.
When he described his property, as I understood it, it came virtually up to the first base line.
Yes, may I?
Yeah, you showed it to us. You showed it in that curving driveway.
Yes, sir.
That it literally came up to the first base line. So in fact, from the opposite direction, it's shortly beyond first base, going the other direction, except that's the direction they're hitting in. That's why I'm not understanding why you think it's less safe for you now than it was initially. That's why I'm asking the question, because it's not, I'm not understanding it, because I think, in fact, you're protected better now than you were with the old location of home plate. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I don't want to go into the possibility that there are fewer power-hitting left-handers in the American Legion, but I would speculate that that may have something to do with it. But before we get into that aspect,
Okay.
But, so if we want to talk about aesthetics instead, if we want to go that route.
No, I'm saying to you, we consciously made a decision to err on the side of safety by requiring them to come back. And that's the reason they had to renotice, because there were no safety fences along Central and along Bel Air on the softball field. That's exactly the reason why we asked them to come back. If we hadn't asked for those safety fences, this thing would have been finished 2 weeks ago, when I think there were 2 people here in the audience. That's neither here nor there, but the fact of the matter is we specifically did it to provide for greater safety. And if you're saying to me it's A or B, if you're saying I don't want anything there, that's a different story. But you can't say to me, on the one hand, you prefer aesthetics over safety today, and the other day it might have been safety over aesthetics. We're trying to give you both, and that's why it's a removable fence. And if you've seen the fences like this, even on their other fields, they are virtually invisible, because the poles are spread quite far apart, and it's basically a light netting. So, and they all come down in the off-season. So again, we erred for safety because we felt that was the thing of greatest concern for the residents nearby, and that's my comment on where you went with that question.
Then maybe I'm a little confused by one thing. My understanding was that when they initially submitted the application, there were 30-foot fences. Is that correct?
There was no fencing on Central or on Bel Air.
I see. Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
So there was no fencing there, and that's why they came back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a notice again.
Well, I guess let me just clarify my comments by saying I oppose this motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
I do. Laura Shannon, 7A Bel Air Drive. I think it's clear. I oppose this project.
Would you spell your last name, please?
S-C-H-E-N-O-N-E, Laura Shannon.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. I oppose this based on aesthetics, and also we've had a lot of conversations with MKA saying that there won't be more people or activity. What I really think has not been emphasized is that there will be an extension of the activity much closer to the property lines of our backyards on Bel Air Drive, which are very short backyards and close to our house, and that is a tremendous change. I also object to taking a vote now until we know better about property values. And I also raise the question that if MKA never took initiative to fix drainage or parking to be better neighbors, they don't seem to show a lot of concern for us until they want to build and expand and improve their facilities. Maybe that's just the way it goes, but I think that's important to note. Thank you.
Any other members of the audience with comments on the application? Mr. Tremblay, do you want to sum up?
I'll try. Before I do, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, are all the members here qualified to vote?
Yes, all the members are eligible to vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me just start by saying, dealing with a school, which, as you know, is an inherently beneficial use, and athletic programs are an integral part of any school, public or private. These athletic fields have been at this location for many, many years and have been used by the various programs and the various schools, as we've indicated. We've stated repeatedly that there is no intention to increase or intensify the use of the fields from what currently exists today, and that there will be none, which means no increased traffic, no increased parking requirements. Nothing is going to change as far as the neighborhood is concerned, except for the repositioning of the fields. And the repositioning of the fields, as has been testified, is being done for a number of reasons. First and foremost, safety. Secondly, to provide for better utilization of the fields to the benefit of more students, so that we don't run into, and significant component of this to increase the utilization of the fields is to correct the drainage problem that has existed, that has resulted in a lot of games and practices being postponed because the fields are unplayable. That's going to be corrected. It's going to be corrected, obviously, for the benefit of the school and the athletic teams that use the school, but it also provides a benefit to the neighbors with respect to the drainage conditions that have existed. That's general background. I think it's also important to note, and I'll come back to this a little bit later in terms of the impact upon the neighbors. Again, fields are going to be utilized exactly the way they're utilized today. Now, because of the repositioning, I guess some neighbors might be slightly more impacted than they currently are, and vice versa. But let's also remember, we're talking about 2 hours a day in late afternoons during the weeks. This is not something that's ongoing, from morning till night. It's a limited impact to accommodate the athletic programs and the kids who benefit from these athletic programs. And perhaps a few hours on some Saturdays in addition to 2 hours during the week. That's the limited impact that might be experienced perhaps more so now by the neighbors on Bel Air Drive. With that little bit of background, I just want to discuss the variances. We're seeking three C variances and one D3 variance for the deviation from the conditional use, in that the fields will be located closer than 50 feet to an adjoining property lines. I'll start with the C variances first. We need a C variance to allow accessory structures that are not in a rear yard. The ordinance requires that accessory structures have to be located in a rear yard. The accessory structures that we're talking about are the dugouts. Now, first of all, this property has 3 front yards. I don't think it has a rear yard under the zoning ordinance. It's impossible to locate any structure that's not in a front yard because the front yard extends from Central Avenue to the rear of the school buildings. And there are today, and there always have been accessory structures between Central Avenue and the school. Today you have a pavilion that the board approved as part of the tennis court application. There are temporary seating areas, I'm drawing a blank, bleachers, and other structures that have existed. So we're requesting a variance to permit these accessory structures. Again, it's impossible not to have any structures that wouldn't require a variance given the unusual property we're talking about with 3 front yards and a history of structures being located in that front yard when it's proposed. In terms of the other variance we need is to exceed the maximum height for fences, which is 6 feet. Again, it's impossible to comply with that and also to provide a safe situation primarily for the neighbors as well as the people utilizing the fields. So we have 8-foot chain link fences near the baseball fields, I believe separating the fields from the dugout area or along the first and third base foul lines. The screening everyone recognizes is important. Doesn't exist today, perhaps should, but it's important to protect neighbors on Central Avenue, Bel Air. It's critical to be able to utilize these fields as baseball fields in a safe manner that we be permitted to deviate from the maximum fence requirements. Similarly, for the backstops have to be a certain height, 15 or 16 feet. impossible for any backstop to not exceed a 6-foot maximum height limitation. And I don't think there are any significant or substantial detriments to the neighbors from either of those variances. The third variance, which was interesting because the board engineer thought it was no longer a variance. I think Mr. Petto maybe thought it was not a variance, but I guess it still is a variance for that combined retaining wall and fence height along the third base line for the proposed softball field. I think given the topography and the particular condition of the property in that area, it's impossible to provide for a safe barrier there without exceeding the height at that location. Also, I should point out that where that's located between third baseline and the school, I don't think the only structure or property that's impacted by that is the school itself. That doesn't necessarily have any material impact on the neighbors, but it's essential in order to provide for a safe situation. The last variance is the C2 variance. It's conditional use variance. Schools are permitted uses in R1 zoning districts. They're permitted conditionally, which means they have to satisfy, I believe there's 12 or 13 conditions in the ordinance. We satisfy every one of those, except for the requirement that play areas be located a minimum of 50 feet from adjoining streets or property lines. The current baseball field, that's along Central Avenue, is non-conforming. It's significantly closer to the street than the 50-foot setback. I think it's non-conforming both with respect to Central Avenue, but also with respect to the property lines on Bel Air. There are other, the tennis courts also, even though they're not part of this application, similar within 50 feet. So, and those conditions have existed, to my knowledge, for many years. And you can only accommodate all of these facilities by allowing for that deviation. And I should also mention, well, I won't withdraw that. The standard, as the board knows, under the Coventry Square opinion for a variance from a conditional use standard.
Mr. Chairman, just so the record's clear, that's a D3 variance.
I say
Your wife
D3.
said that's a C2 variance, so just so everybody understands.
It's a D, yes, I apologize. It's a D3 variance for the deviation from the conditional use standard. Under Coventry Square, the standard to be applied is nowhere near as substantial as it would be for a non-permitted use, as this is a permitted use, albeit conditionally. Standard is simply that, is this still an appropriate location for this use as a school with accessory athletic facilities, notwithstanding the deviation? And I think the answer to that is clearly yes. It's been that way for a long time. Where these facilities, albeit in different locations, have existed at this location, and will continue to exist there. In terms of the detriment, I recognize that the softball field is going to be closer to some of the neighbors on Bel Air. Other neighbors who used to be impacted by the baseball field are in a, I guess, better position, since the baseball field will not be near Central Avenue, but a few other neighbors are going to be closer to the field. The field is, I believe, the playing area is, I think, about 25 feet or so from the property line. And remember, there's going to be row of trees, evergreens. I think we stipulated that we would work with the town arborist to determine appropriate evergreen screening there. We've also made a number of concessions in order to minimize any impact to the neighbors. We've stipulated there'll be no lighting at any time on these fields. There'll be no music played. There's going to be activity there. There's activity there now. During the day, the middle school students have recess and are using the playground. The ball fields will continue to be utilized as they have, although in a much better condition and in a much safer condition. And I don't think that there's any substantial detriment to the neighbors resulting from that. Just want to review my notes to see if I covered anything. We've made a lot of stipulations. I would note that we would stipulate to comply with any of the requirements in the engineer's report that we haven't already satisfied. I think there may only be 2. So I think, given all of that, I believe we've established a strong case for the granting of the variances, and obviously in addition to that, we need preliminary and final site plan approval for the reconfiguration of the athletic fields. And I thank the board for your time and consideration.
What's the discussion with
This kind of seems like a no-win situation. I understand the need to reconfigure the ball fields, but clearly the neighbors have issues. A lot of the issues that they have aren't affected by this application, such as parking and traffic and intensity of use. It doesn't seem like the schedule will change at all as a result of this application, but clearly the neighbors don't understand that, and I think it would make sense for you to reach out to them and clarify that. I wonder if you could make the improvements to the drainage and to the turf without changing the configuration so that the D variance isn't required. I don't know if they make improvements to the field, if they'd still need a D variance just to change the turf and the drainage.
Right. That plan for just the drainage improvements is not in front of us right now, so it's kind of intertwined with the field reconfiguration. So they could make a separate application, if this application wasn't in here, to improve the drainage, and whether site plan approval would be required, that would be up to the planning department.
Okay. I just think that more outreach needs to be done to the neighbors. I think on its face, based on the facts, the variance should be granted, but you can't discount the objections of your neighbors, and it would make sense to reach out to them further.
Mr. Moore?
I agree with Ms. Harris. I'm fairly on the fence with the project. In one hand, I think that it's great that you're looking to improve your property. On the other hand, I do recognize that there's concerns from the neighbors with valid points. So I'd like to kind of hear what my colleagues have to say before I make a final decision, but I do think that it's important to take into case your drainage, the acoustics, traffic. I think that those are all important measures, and safety, of course. But I think it's a good idea to want to improve the site, but I think that some community outreach and hopefully there being a meeting of the minds is important.
Mr. Church?
This application we're reviewing tonight is whether it came clear in the discussions or not, is a reapplication because of concerns we had with the first application. I believe this application is better in that their prior application did not talk about screening, did not talk about protection of Central Avenue, or the protection of those people whose houses abut the other end. They have now come back, at suggestions of this board, that they come back with screening options. The screening options they presented are, I believe, reasonable, considering the fact that they have this huge field that they're using for baseball and softball. The baseball and softball configurations now are definitely making that field more usable for the school. As was pointed out by our attorney, the drainage problem may be corrected somewhat by the installation of AstroTurf, so that the fields can be used more often and the runoff may be cut down. Therefore, I think that this application that we're looking at tonight is an application that I would be in favor of, with the possible exception that in the future, they consider coming back to this board with additional drainage applications to be considered to maintain a reasonable runoff so that the neighbors aren't adversely affected by this this field. So I would be in favor of this application that we're looking at tonight.
Mr. Fleischer.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think the applicant has done exactly what we asked them to do at the first hearing, which was focused specifically on the added safety at both Central Avenue and on Bel Air. The fact of the matter is that Bel Air has always been impacted by the baseball field, because the baseball field is essentially in a different corner and backs on different homes on Bel Air, but it's been there right alongside Bel Air. And if I think I know some of the stuff, it's likely to be the field that gets the bigger crowds than the softball game. So if anything, there's probably less impact in terms of noise in general on Bel Air. But that said, what they've come back with is, I think, a reasonable solution for the problems they're having and their ability to run their programs. There has always been a baseball field at Central, backing on the backyards of houses on Bel Air. That's where the baseball field was and has been for a very long time. What they've done now is probably reduce the activity along Bel Air, not increase the activity along Bel Air. I believe that's the case. Right now, that impacted corner where the softball field is already impacted by the playground, which is right there. And I suspect that playground generates more than its fair share of noise, but that playground has been there for a very, very long time. I think this is a good solution. They are taking care of the drainage on the field, and I suspect that the drainage problem that's being talked about by the engineer is not something in MKA's control. It is actually a town problem, not a problem of the applicant. So all the things they've done, and I objected in some cases to the relocation of the baseball field, but I objected to that for reasons of baseball, not for reasons of impact. I think it is a safer situation now relative to Central Avenue and to the houses that are along Central Avenue. I think the situation is no more, from a safety standpoint, no different than it was with regard to Bel Air at any point. And I think overall this is an improvement to the facilities and an improvement to the site, and I'd be in favor of the application and the variances that go with it.
Mr. Allen?
I have a lot of different thoughts about this whole application. The main thing, I like the whole safety aspect. This way, the kids will be safer when they're practicing. I mean, it's a baseball field, and it's been there for a long time. And the drainage will be improved, and we've seen to the fact that they'll put up more protection for the homes in the area. And I just think that it makes the situation better. I don't see, I see the same people that are already there will be there. It's not going to be any increase in activities or populations or anything like that. I imagine there are parking problems there now, and which will probably exist after the improvement. But overall, I think it's going to be a safer and better situation for all the participants. I think if you decide to move into this type of neighborhood, then, you know, you have to realize that this is where you live, and this, you know, this condition already existed. So with that in mind, as long as you're not being really negatively affected, you know, more than you have been, then I think that, you know, that's just the way it is. So anyway, I'm in agreement with this application, and I think they did a pretty good job.
Mr. McCullough.
Well, I think I have a different point of view. I think the fact that in the hearing 2 weeks ago, only a couple of people responded, but now, a couple of weeks later, a significantly larger number of people have responded. I think that says something. I don't know what is the reason why. I can speculate, but I don't know what the reason why it is that so many people have come out. Listening to the conversation, it's very clear that the neighbors have serious concerns. I haven't heard any neighbors speak up in favor of what is being proposed. And I think that's something that is noteworthy. Aesthetically, what is being proposed looks great. It really does. But I think the conversation has revealed that there have been issues over an extended period of time. You know, that people have had concerns, and perhaps it is this hearing that has provided the venue for those concerns to be brought out into the open. And so the question that it raises for me, looking at the massive scale of what is being undertaken, is whether or not all of the possible options have really been explored. As I've said, I mean, looking at it, it looks great. But a piece of property of this size posits opportunities to do some things in some different ways, some different patterns. And so while I think that what is being proposed on the one hand looks good, I'm not sure that it necessarily represents the best option. And so for that reason, I think I'm leaning towards not favoring it, because I think that perhaps there could be a bit more study and conversation about this before a final decision is actually made.
Let me, first of all, I want to thank the neighbors who came out tonight. I think your, comments have been helpful. I suspect the wonders of social media as the explanation for the difference in attendance this time and not the last time. But, I'll repeat what Mr. Fleischer said, that but for our pointing out that the school was a lot more concerned with providing netting to protect itself and its students playing tennis, that we wouldn't have been here. Let me go through this in no particular sequence. As things are now currently, the property slopes towards the houses on Bel Air, and that's drainage is going there. With what is being proposed with the corrections to the drainage, that is really being eliminated in large part, and as the testimony was, and this has been reviewed by the board's engineer and he concurred, they are improving the drainage situation now, which is obviously benefiting the school and the usage, but is also going to benefit the neighbors by taking stormwater that's currently naturally flowing towards their property, and a portion of that will now be put in pipes and piped off-site. So, there's a definite improvement that they're doing for that. The situation with the fields now, the baseball field is both impacting Central Avenue and Bel Air, and there's no netting. There's, foul balls, both right field, left field, little pop-ups going, along before you get to first or second base are definitely going on those properties, and what's happening in Central is the field is being flipped, but now with netting that does not presently exist, so there's undoubtedly going to be a lessening of impact on Central Avenue of the field. It's just facing a different direction, but it's the exact same thing is going to happen, but now with safety netting. Bel Air, you have a situation where now it is being impacted by a baseball field, and it's now going to be impacted by a softball field. Softballs get hit a lot less far. There's going to be some difference in whose property is impacted, but and some properties are probably going to have softballs landing there that do not currently have hardballs landing there, but overall they're going to be less of an impact. And again, we've imposed a requirement for the safety netting, which will reduce the impact. I think there's going to be, to keep with the base, I've not heard any indication from anybody that the fall usage is changing at all. Basically, the baseball layout is irrelevant to that. They play in the field, I'll call long ways from Central to the school buildings, and that no indication that that's changing other than they're playing on artificial turf rather than grass. So I mean that the fall usage is there. So going through the variances, the conditional use variance, the Coventry Square standard is a lesser standard. What's currently, and they're not changing what currently exists, they're reconfiguring it, but in terms of what is violating the standard, the same thing that's violating the standard now is violating the standard then with, other than the safety screening that they're putting up is really the impact. The variance for the structures in the front yard, everything from the school building to Central Avenue is the front yard of the property, and obviously the whole playing field is in the front yard of the property. So any structures they build do that. They have reduced what they're seeking. The backstop, the fencing along the foul lines, that's all safety, and I don't I mean, for liability purposes, the school can't play baseball or softball without having the backstop and, the metal fencing along the foul lines. The screening, the temporary screening is something, again, it's both protecting the school, the students of the school, and the neighbors, and I, don't have problems for granting any of those variances, and reluctantly accepting the little fence retaining wall variance, and now, having said all of that, I'm not untroubled by a variety of issues, that some of which I'm going to handle through conditions, some of which I am going, well, they're all going to be, I'm going to suggest that we not, because of some of the concerns I'm going to go over, that we not grant final site plan approval, because I enjoy seeing all of you on both sides and want another opportunity to hear your comments, but the issue that causes me the greatest concern was I do not feel comfortable at this point doing the condition that probably has the issue that has the greatest impact on the neighbors, which is the use of the fields. I was trying to, and I asked a lot of questions about who is using the fields when, and the frequency, and what the outline they gave us was not fully accurate as to Saturdays, non-Saturdays, times. Some of it had times of day, others did not have times of day, and I, want to see this done, broken down, both time of year, days during the week, frequency of use during the week, and the hours that it's used, because I want to end up with a condition that specifies who's there when specifically, and do that. The second part of that, to deal with what I think was the largest reservation, and I understand the testimony was it's the same thing that's happening there now, and I have no question it's the same sports and the same teams, and I would like the applicant, in addition to that, to provide schedule, and we're obviously only dealing with games. I assume you don't have a schedule of practices of when teams practice, but if you do, provide that. But a schedule of games for the past several years as to the games that are scheduled for. I understand some got rained out and were canceled because the field was too muddy to play on, but the biggest noise impact is going to be from games. And so I want a comparison over, go do at least 3 years, whatever is convenient, but to see, so we can see. I don't want to suddenly discover that we're having 10 more Saturday games per year than currently exist. I also want to know days, because there's a difference between Saturdays and weekdays in terms of impacts. Part of that, Michael, you have to keep writing, is I want you to, when you have a contested, well, I guess do it both for baseball and softball this spring, go out there and measure the noise. What I want you to do, because obviously the fields are in a different configuration, is measure it at a distance that would be equivalent to where the temporary bleachers would be to neighboring properties, whether it's across Central Avenue or the properties on Bel Air, and to measure what the noise is that distance from where the bleachers are, and if need be, tell your students to yell and scream as loud as they can, but I want to get a sense of what is the real noise impact going to be. I have no sense of that. It's good that you agreed to not play music during the games, but it's not a bad thing, kids screaming, but you are going to be impacting different people. And in terms of softball, now the softball field really is not near any neighbor, and now you're putting it immediately adjacent to the houses on Bel Air, and let's see what the impact is going to be. Okay, dealing with other conditions, other than the American Legion usage, no leasing of the field for use by others, fields. That would include, that does not preclude neighbors being allowed to use it. I'm doing formal usage by the XYZ group wanting to go in and play baseball or softball or use it for, soccer, whatever. That's that the safety screens only be up from March 15th to July 31st, that there be no sports team usage of the fields from December 1st through March 15th. That was indicated that no music or any other amplified enhancements be played, that you comply with the tree ordinance, that you, and some of this is on the revised plans, but just to be sure, you adhere to condition 4 in the planner's memo, which is extending the sidewalk to the existing sidewalk on Bel Air Drive. Conditions 10 and 14 on the engineer's memo, which are get soil erosion sediment control approval, and that if there are any adverse drainage impacts, that you resolve those. This is more a during construction issue. That you come in with a revised landscaping plan. I had my last time issue of the Japanese cedar, didn't seem to be consistent with, they were encouraging native, but also there keeps being discussion of trees being planted near the softball field, but you have to get pretty far down the first base line before you start hitting trees, and it's shrubs before that, and I think some trees interspersed there that looks like there's room to do that would be a good idea, and as they grow will also reduce foul balls going astray. That there be no lighting, and I want to do something with no games after something, but I'll wait to see you scheduled to do that. As I indicated, I'm willing to go for, and the fence retaining wall be no more than 113 feet in length, starting from the southern point where that fencing starts. Making sure I'm not missing. So to summarize, I'm in favor of the variances. I am in favor of granting preliminary site plan approval. And there are all the conditions that I enumerated. And then not a condition, but I would very, 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 very strongly encourage you to meet with your neighbors, and that is doing notice to everyone who is on the 200-foot list of wherever, I assume you'll do it at the school, and discuss these issues. And I have an unrealistic expectation that you'll come back and the neighbors will say, oh, they're doing X, Y, and Z, and we're much happier now. But I at least want you to have that strongly encouraging you to have that discussion, because I think there are real concerns, but, and to the neighbors, I want, the flip side of this is, if we deny it, it's going to sit there exactly as it is, with whatever is happening with foul balls happening, whatever is happening with drainage happening, and the only thing you are going to gain is there'll be a few less games played because they're canceled because the playing conditions are unsuitable. And I don't think that's a fair thing to impose on a school in town, as much as I like public schools. But any further discussion from members of the board?
I'm not clear how we want to word basically the hearing. How do we want to word the thing, approval with the conditions as indicated by?
Yeah, I think the motion would be, if it's a motion in the affirmative, is for preliminary site plan approval to grant the requested variances subject to the conditions that were just outlined, and if that is approved, we'll then deal with the final site plan application, scheduling and so forth.
Move approval of the application and the variances requested and preliminary site plan approval for the variances and the conditions as stated by the chair.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I have one thing to say. I didn't mean, what I said before didn't come out right. I mean, if you live in the neighborhood, sometimes you're going to have to come out and do things like you're doing today. I think it's a great thing. I didn't mean that you had to accept whatever was thrown at you. Just wanted to say that.
Yes, and our decisions are better when we hear from multiple people who have an interest, and we're glad you are all here. Okay, Graham, you want to?
Yeah, just my comment was that, just to emphasize that again, that this is preliminary.
Yes.
And so there will be an opportunity to come back and to have more discussion before it is a final decision.
Correct, and hopefully there will be a discussion among them, not in this room.
In good faith, yes.
Is there a reason why we can't make it a condition that they do more outreach to the neighbors?
I can stipulate to that. I mean, the school has always done outreach. You weren't here at the last meeting, Ms. Harris, but it was testified to that there were several community meetings, and my client has always tried to do that before coming before this board on any application, so I think we can agree to continue
and I think
those discussions.
The control is, and, obvious, there's probably not going to be a day that works for everyone, and maybe you should try 2 days, but I will be singularly unhappy if someone comes here and says, I'm on the 200-foot list and I didn't even get invited to an event at the school.
And I have pretty much a question. Has any measures been made in regards to when you're not in season, if the site is open to the community, if kids are out there playing baseball and the backstops aren't up because it's after season, right? Any extra thought to that for safety for the neighbors?
The backstops themselves are always up. They're permanent. You're
Okay.
talking about the safety screening?
I guess it's the safety screening that's seasonal.
Right. Which we don't currently have.
Okay.
So we'd have to think about the kind of usage that any children could make of the field without the safety screening.
Right.
And I'm kind of, and again, the condition is no organized usage. I mean, I think it's one thing for a father and his son or daughter and a couple of neighborhood kids to go out and practice baseball versus people playing games.
Right.
Motion's been made.
Does the motion, just clarification, does the motion specifically include a condition requiring the meeting with the neighbors, or is because?
I think it's better. I get nervous about doing things like that. So I think Mr. Tremblack has represented they will do that. I have indicated that I will be unhappy if it doesn't happen, and
So it's specifically in?
No, it's not a
Oh,
condition.
okay. I mean, we, as a standard condition of our approvals, we always say that all representations, the applicant's bound by all representations, and this says a representation, so they're going to be bound by it anyway.
Yes.
You understand that, Mr. Tremblay?
Absolutely.
I said no lighting.
He said no.
Yeah, that was specifically articulated.
Want to do a roll call?
Okay, so we'll call the roll. Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Yes.
Mr. Church?
Yes.
Mr.
with
Fleischer?
the- With the conditions just mentioned by...
Yes.
They were part of the motion.
They were part of the
Yes.
motion.
Part of the motion.
Mr. Fleischer?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Thank you
We're
very much.
We're going to take a
Okay,
recess.
we need to deal with the final site plan aspect. The applicants applied for final site plan approval, so this application is hanging out there. What we've done in the past is we've carried it to a date certain, and then heard the applicant, they'll submit plans if they choose to do so, or whatever we're doing. So we need to do something with that.
I guess my suggestion would be to carry it to some date, which we could always
Push away.
adjourn if necessary. I mean, we
How about
have,
the regular meeting in April? Or is that too late for you to do what you need to do this summer?
I'm sorry?
No,
We need some time.
If we could just have quiet in the room for a moment.
I mean, the
we're-
one condition requires
If we could
they
just have quiet for a
baseball
moment, we're
games.
discussing when the
Right.
application will be continued to.
Okay, so we will schedule you for April 15th.
And you'll consent to an extension of time for the board to act till that April 15th date, Mr. Tremblay?
Yes, we can say.
So,
So final site plan will be carried to April
and
15th.
when you invite the neighbors, if you could put in that invite a reminder of the April 15th dates, that you don't otherwise have to do notice. Okay, so we'll see you all back here on April 15th. Call the planning office ahead of time to make sure it's not off, but the revised plans will be online at least 10 days in advance of April 15th if they're proceeding on April 15th. So look for them there, or if you want to come and see them hard copy, they'll be available in the planning office, but they'll be online. And with that, we will take a recess until a little after 10:30, and if the next applicant can get set up, so we're ready to roll. The next application is out of the United Way of Northern New Jersey, Inc., is for property located at 60 South Fullerton Avenue. This is an application for a use variance, bulk and dimensional variances, and site plan approval to renovate the existing social services building and reconfigure the existing parking area, driveway, and other components of the property. The applicant will continue the social services on the property. The renovations include general renovations to the building, creation of a senior citizen center on the first floor of the building, the new landscaping and site lighting, a new entrance to the garden at South Fullerton Avenue. The property is located in the OR 4 three-story apartment and office building zone, and the front half of the front portion of the property in the R11 family zone, and for the rear portion of the property is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 6 and Block 2202. Applicant request variance is a use variance for an expansion of an existing non-conforming use. From Montclair Code Section 347-72 and 347-41 constitute uses or principal structures not permitted in the OR4 and R1 zones, and for Montclair Codes Section 347-101 in that they're less than the required number of parking spaces are being provided. Is the notice in order?
Yes, the notice is in order.
And I assume the property is tax exempt?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Owen, you want to proceed?
Thank you. David Owen for the applicant, United Way of Northern New Jersey. The applicant, owner of the United Way Mills Memorial Social Services Building located at 60 South Fullerton Avenue, is applying to you for, as the chairman described, use variance relief, bulk or dimensional variance relief, and site plan approval in order to renovate the existing social services building on the property, preserve the memorial garden that is located behind it on the property, and reconfigure the parking area, driveway, and other components of the exterior site plan on the property. The project seeks to bring the almost 70-year-old social services building and property into the 21st century while continuing social services for the community. By way of brief factual background, and as is set forth in resolutions, reports, and plans that we will mark, the United Way Social Services Building originated in 1950 when the Devella Mills Foundation, a charitable foundation started by a prominent local businessman named David Mills, received a use variance from the Board of Adjustment to construct the two-story with basement brick and stone social services building that you see there today in, at that time, the R3 Garden Group zone at 60 South Fullerton Avenue. The approving resolution stated the purpose of the social services building quite broadly: for use as an eleemosynary structure and cooperating and participating philanthropic organizations and agencies. That's the way they worded it then. Thereafter, 1 year later, in 1951, the same foundation received permission again from the Board of Adjustment to construct 8 garage parking spaces rather than 12 garage parking spaces previously approved the year before, and to relocate them to the area where they are now on the property behind the garden and before the main parking area. Many years later, fast forward to 2015, Montclair Township designated the social services building and property as a local landmark property. By that time, 2015, and still today, the property is no longer in the R3 zone. It is now split zoned, partly located in the OR4 three-story and office building zone. That's the front portion of the property, and that contains the entire building itself. and partly located in the R1 one-family zone, and that's the rear portion of the property, which is substantially the parking. Since 1950 and continuing to date, the Social Services Building has been a valuable community asset and has fundamentally served the public good and the general welfare. It has housed many important organizations over the years, and I'll name just a few. A Family and Children's Society, Montclair Guidance, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, COPE for drug abuse, Mental Health Association of Essex County, Partners for Women and Justice, Essex Community Land Trust for affordable housing, Family Service League for low-income families, and last but not least, the Montclair Garden Club, which is steward to, among other things, the memorial garden that is on this particular property directly behind the Social Services Building. While almost all of these non-commercial, non-profit community service organizations have come and gone over the years, some remain and new ones will arrive. Presently, as you know from the plans, they call for a new community center, including primarily senior citizen activities, but some other community activities that will be managed by the Township of Montclair. The plans also call for extensive building renovations and property improvements, as our witnesses will explain to you very shortly. Significantly, the renovations and improvements do not cause any increase in the size or the square footage of the Social Services Building, and the applicant has, in this application, amended its plans and eliminated any new extension of social services on the basement level of the building into space that was previously for storage or for other functions. So in sum, the proposed renovations and improvements, as you will hear, will preserve and also reinvigorate a unique and a valuable community asset. We plan 4 expert witnesses for you: our architect, our professional engineer, our transportation engineer, and last, a professional planner who will review the variance relief for you and explain why, under the statutory standards, you should approve this application. I'd like to begin, Mr. Chairman, by calling Paul Sionis.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Paul Sionis. My address is 8 Hillside Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Are you a licensed architect and certified landscape architect in the state of New Jersey?
I'm a licensed architect and a licensed landscape architect in the state of New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Sionis has testified many times, I offer him as an expert in both of those capacities. Have you and your firm prepared the architectural plans that are labeled A1 through A13 and L1 and L2 revised January 17, 2020?
Yes.
I'd like you to please review the relevant existing conditions and the proposed improvements to the building and property. I understand that in doing that, you would like to make use of a PowerPoint presentation.
That's correct.
Mr. Petto, may we mark the PowerPoint Exhibit A1?
I think it just has been marked A1.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Paul,
the
please.
PowerPoint exhibit that what's being passed around is a copy of each of the slides that I will be showing, and this is the PowerPoint. There are a total of 28 slides within this exhibit. In deference to the people who've come here, have been sitting here since 7:30, we'll try to be quick, but also we need to be very thorough with this application. First slide, which is up on the screen now, this, as David said, and as the chairman also read, this is an application to renovate the existing building to bring it into the 21st century while continuing its use and mission as a social services building that supports the community. We're also including a community center within the building for the first time. So the application also is to improve the site, including the parking area, the landscaping, and the storm drainage. So as you're probably familiar with the site, and I'm looking at slide number 1, the property is on the west side of South Fullerton Avenue, directly adjoins the Montclair Public Library, which is to the north. There's a Summit Medical Group offices directly to the south. To the south of the property is located between Union Street to the south and Plymouth Street to the north. The next slide is based on the survey. Slide number 2 is the survey that was prepared by Langen Engineering and is dated 2019. And as you see from that slide, and as was stated, the property is located both in the front of the property is located in the OR4 zone, the rear or the westerly side of the property is located in the R1 zone. It's a good-sized property. It's 2.1 acres or 94,000 square feet. It has a 193 feet of frontage across South Fullerton Avenue, and it's about 483 feet deep on the north against the library. The property is improved with the two-story Mills Memorial Social Services Building. There's a paved driveway along the north side of the property. There's a large parking area in the rear of the property. Many of those stripes are faded or missing. As was stated, the property also has the Avis Campbell Memorial Garden between the rear or westerly side of the building and the parking lot to the west. And there's also the remains of two masonry garages that I'm pointing to that are on the easterly side of the parking area. The roof was removed. The roofs of those garages were removed sometimes in the 1980s, and the brick wall of those garages now serves as a rear wall, supporting wall for the gardens. Next slide, number 3. Just as was stated already, the historical background. The building was constructed in 1951 by the DeVella Mills Foundation, and it was a charitable foundation that was started by a local businessman named David Mills. And reading about David Mills, he invented a spark plug at the early part of the 20th century, and his career took off based on inventing the spark plug. He became very charitable, set up this foundation that was a combination of his wife's name and his name. The foundation sought and received approval from the Zoning Board of Adjustment in Montclair in 1950 to construct a new 32,000 square foot building. And it needed a use variance because at the time the property was an R3 zone. The building, and the purpose of the building was to house social agencies of Montclair and constituent members of the community chest. And upon completion of the construction, the property was turned over to the community chest. So some of the organizations, as David already said, that were here in this building included the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, Community Chest, COPE, Family Service League, Family and Children's Society, Montclair Guidance, the Mental Health Association of Essex County, Partners for Women in Justice, the Essex Community Land Trust, and importantly, the United Way, and also the Montclair Garden Club, which as we heard, are stewards of the Avis Campbell Garden. Next slide, number 4. This is interesting because this is a site plan as was approved in 1951 and as labeled on the top of the slide. This was the 9th scheme that they did for this site. And at that time, the plan indicated the large paved parking area on the westerly side of the property, but they did not indicate any striping for parking on the parking lot. They showed 2 dry wells for storm drainage. There are 2 rectangles shown on the plan that were indicating dry wells for storm drainage. The 1951 plan has the parking stalls on the easterly side of the property. Each of these garages accommodated 4 vehicles. The earlier site plan had the garages on the southerly side of the property. And the original intent, based on our reading of the history, is this was to be a landscaped park between the building and the parking lot, and it was to be a tribute to Mr. Mills and his philanthropic efforts. Next slide, number 5 is are images of the current Avis Campbell Gardens. And the history of this is that in 1952, these public display gardens were first constructed at the rear of the building, and it was originally known as the Garden Center Gardens. The garden is now named for the designer and the steward, the original steward of the gardens, was Ms. Avis Campbell, who was a landscape designer and a Montclair resident. And the design of the garden, as I wrote here, is based on the wheel of life, so that the fountain in the center of the garden is based on the wheel of life, and the garden radiates out from the central fountain. And as I already stated, the garden is maintained by the Montclair Garden Club, and the Montclair Garden Club are tenants in the subject property in the building. Next slide, number 6. The reason we're here is that the building and the grounds need work. They require a lot of work. In the 2015 nomination report for the historic nomination, condition survey was done by Betsy Checchio, or Elizabeth Checchio, who was a member of the Montclair Historic Commission. She was also a preservation specialist, and she pointed out a lot of areas of concern with the building, such as the unsafe front portico, masonry joints that were expanding and separating, lintels above the windows were rusting, expanding and damaging the bricks. There's a lot of inappropriate brick repointing that had been done over the years, improper caulking of the cracks in the facade, open cornice joints along the upper part of the facade. Even the cornerstone was cracked. And then what was truly bad was that shrubs and trees that had been planted right up against the front foundation and the rear foundation were getting pretty large and starting to cause damage to the building. Next slide, number 7, refers to the windows. The windows were beautiful. These were 12 over 12 double hung windows, aluminum windows installed when the building was constructed. However, they're single glazed. They're in poor condition now because of their age. They're difficult to operate. The balances are primarily broken. And then there have been air conditioning units that have been installed actually through the windows, not opening the windows to install them, but actually cutting some of the windows, installing air conditioning units above or below some of the windows. Again, the sealant's in poor condition, patching of the sealant's done. So proposal will be to replace every one of these windows with in-kind window that looks exactly like this, but with 2 layers of glass. Next slide, number 8, shows some photos of the interior of the building. The interior of the building is dated. It's drab, it's dimly lit, and these are just 3 examples. The bottom right photo is the central main hallway on the first floor of the building. So part of this proposal will be for all new finishes, all new fixtures, all new lighting fixtures throughout the building, and new ADA compliant bathrooms, or barrier-free or handicap bathrooms for the first time. There are no barrier-free bathrooms in the building now. Slide number 9. This is a good slide. These were taken last summer after a rainstorm, and this is typical of the storm drainage problems on the site. And basically, storm drainage is non-existent. I showed the 1950 drawing, showed those 2 dry wells. Our engineers had test pits done. There's no evidence of the dry wells either being there or being operable anymore. And this happens every time there's a rainstorm. So weeds and overgrown trees, plus there's broken fencing around the perimeter of the property. The paving and curbing's in poor condition. The striping's not clearly visible. And then, importantly for safety, the site lighting is insufficient. Next slide, number 10. The parking lot and the entrance drive. This is a view looking at the existing entrance drive. My back is to South Fullerton Avenue. The paving is in poor condition. The curbing is in poor condition. Striping at the rear parking area is not visible. Again, insufficient site lighting. And then vehicles park along one side of this driveway, making this literally a one-way driveway. So by the vehicles parking along that driveway, it makes this unsafe. And we'll hear about the proposal to redo the driveway parking. And also, there's no sidewalk along the south side of this driveway from the rear parking area to the building entry. So the proposal is, as I said at the beginning, is to renovate the building, renovate the property, bring it into the 21st century, but to continue its vital use and mission as a social services building that supports Montclair. So again, the proposal will be to improve the site, improve the parking area, the landscaping, the lighting, the storm drainage, to restore the exterior masonry, to clean it and repair the masonry, replace rotted woodwork, replace the windows. And then there's been drainage or issues in the lower level, which we call the garden level. And that's because there's plastic window wells, plastic coverings over the window wells to the basement windows. Most of those are broken, and water gets right into the basement or garden level. Next slide, number 12. And that's just, I'm walking around the exterior facades and highlighted some of the elements that are proposed. So number one is that there's an existing barrier-free or handicapped entrance on this north side of the building, and that will remain as the barrier-free entrance. Number two, there are some wall-mounted lights on the facades of this building, but not that many. So the proposal is to add additional wall-mounted light fixtures around the perimeter, also to retrofit some of the existing light fixtures with LED bulbs. Number three is the HVAC equipment. So the proposal is to construct a 6-foot-high equipment screen to surround all of the HVAC equipment on the roof. So HVAC equipment will not be visible from any of the surrounding properties. Number four, there's an existing gable-shaped penthouse structure at the front side of the South Fullerton or east side of the building. There's some mechanical equipment in there. It's a nice structure. It has a slate roof. That will remain, and there's certain mechanical equipment within that structure. And then the exterior facade, number five, the whole building is brick veneer with limestone trim pieces. Slide number 13 will go inside the building, and one of the elements of this proposal is that the first floor will be a community center for the township, with primarily for seniors. So the proposal is to restore, well, first of all, part of this proposal asks for restoring the main entrance to the building. So the main entrance that faces South Fullerton Avenue has been closed for years. There's a sign on it that says use the entrance on the side. So part of our proposal is to restore the entry doors and the hardware to those doors. However, the first floor will be entirely a community center. It'll be available for senior education, senior arts, and senior recreational uses. The existing auditorium will remain. It's a multi-purpose auditorium. There'll be a community center, fitness center at the southeast corner of the first floor. There'll be game rooms and a game room and TV room. There'll be 2 classrooms, a dining room and a kitchen. There's an existing kitchen in the building now that's not up to code. We'll completely redo that commercial kitchen, bring it up to code. There'll be a dining room for some of these senior activities. There'll be 2 conference rooms and also 2 classrooms. And then finally, the community center will have their offices at the front of the building, directly facing South Fullerton Avenue at the northeastern corner of the first floor of the building. So just like the rest, the other parts of the building, there'll be new finishes, fixtures, and lighting. And for the first time, there'll be new ADA or barrier-free bathrooms on this floor level. Slide number 14, excuse me, is the second floor level. The second floor level maintains the United Way offices at the front of the second floor and the Housing Trust offices at the northeast corner of the second floor. There's the open space above that 2-story auditorium on the second floor, and then the other uses or other spaces will remain or be fitted out for social service uses on this floor. And again, just like the other floors, first floor, there'll be new ADA compliant bathrooms for the first time in this building, and that, again, that 2-story height auditorium will remain. Slide number 15 is the garden level, which is the lower level. The Montclair Garden Club occupies the northwest corner of this garden level. So I'm pointing to the northwest corner. The Montclair Garden Club meets there, has their office there, and they have storage space there, again, to maintain the Avis Campbell Gardens. There's an existing laptop upcycle shop within the building. It's basically a computer repair shop. And then previously, when we came before the Development Review Commission, also the Historic Commission, the proposal called to expand social services into these other lower level areas, but those have been withdrawn, and these areas will now remain as lower level storage spaces and mechanical spaces. So previously this was additional social service space, and that's been withdrawn. As I said, with the window wells, there's been water infiltration through the damaged window wells. That will be corrected. And the large boiler room and the boiler pit will remain as a mechanical room. Next slide, number 16, is the roof plan. The building has an existing low-slope membrane roof or rubber roof. We're proposing the new 6-foot-high mechanical equipment screen to screen existing and anticipated HVAC equipment on that rooftop. We're not sure the exact number of units yet because the building has not been designed by our facilities have not been designed by the mechanical engineer, but whatever units are on the roof will be screened by the 6-foot-high equipment screen. That slate roof penthouse will remain at the front of the building. Slide number 17, I've labeled a descriptive site plan to describe basically what's proposed for the site plan. So number one is that all of the paving will be replaced with new paving. Number two is that for the first time, probably since the building was constructed, there'll be an 18-foot wide two-way entry drive along the north side of the property. We're eliminating the spaces along the side, making this driveway a little bit wider to have the 18-foot wide driveway. There'll be new striping for 72 cars on the site. We're proposing a new 9-foot deep by 29-foot pull-off or bump-out, both for ADA drop-off in addition to the township's jitney bus. So the community center will be utilizing the township's jitney bus to pick up people at their homes and to bring them to this property for the community center activities. So we've allowed for the jitney bus with a 29 feet long bump-out space where I'm pointing to. We're proposing a new sidewalk, a concrete sidewalk along the south side of the entry drive. We're also calling for a brick paver separation between the entry drive and the rest of the parking lot to let people know that they've entered this garden area once they're on this property. There'll be a new trash and recycling enclosure at the southeast corner of the parking lot. Currently, the trash and the dumpsters are located within these former garage spaces. We're proposing new storm drainage for the property, and our engineer Mike Petrie will discuss that. Pretty extensive storm drainage design. We're proposing a new 6-foot-high black vinyl coated chain link fence around the perimeter of the parking area. A new electric car charging station within one of the former garage spaces, and then new bicycle racks, bicycle parking for at least 12 bicycles at the northeast corner of the building adjacent to the front sidewalk. The landscape plan. I'll explain the landscaping on the next two slides. Basically, the landscape plan calls for the installation of 34 new native trees, native to northern New Jersey. Also the installation of 175 new native shrubs, and also 370 native ground cover and perennial plants. The Avis Campbell Gardens will not be disturbed. We're not planting or removing anything directly within the area of the garden. We're calling for the removal of overgrown trees and shrubs from the building foundation. As I said, trees were planted. There are two saucer magnolia trees that have 10-inch caliper trunks planted right up against the front foundation of the building. There's a blue Colorado blue spruce that's 8-inch caliper, also planted against the rear foundation. Those are proposed to be removed. There's also two 8-foot-tall holly trees at the west and north side of the building that are proposed to be removed. We're also proposing to remove 10 overgrown, dead, dying, and volunteer trees, primarily from the perimeter of the rear parking area. As I said, there's a lot of weeds and volunteers growing back there. So there's a lot of Norway maples along there, but only one 6-inch Norway maple, in my opinion, has to be removed. There's a 15-inch hemlock. There's two 8-inch caliper hemlocks, another 12-inch hemlock. There's several mulberry trees along the southerly side of the property that grew as volunteers and are to be removed. There's a 28-inch caliper silver maple that's growing next to the parking lot, and then a white pine tree that we're proposing to remove.
Just give you a second to catch your breath. As I do the math here, it looks to me like you are taking out, with respect to trees in trouble, approximately 15.
Well, 10 trees are being removed.
I was going to add up numbers 5 and 6 together.
Okay.
Okay? But
13,
what you're
15.
replacing is actually 19 to 20 more trees than you're taking out.
Correct.
Okay.
But we're putting in all new native trees, the trees selected specifically that were native to northern New Jersey. In addition to a 6-foot-high black vinyl-coated chain link fence that's to surround the parking area, we're also proposing evergreens, dense inkberry evergreen shrubs, and in the plant schedule, they're listed to be purchased and planted at a height of 4 feet tall. So the ordinance calls for evergreens to be planted at a minimum of 3 feet, but we're calling for these inkberries to be planted in front of the chain link fence, the black vinyl-coated chain link fence on the north, west, and south sides. There's one area I need to point out. There's a carriage house directly to the west of this parking area. It's a beautiful carriage house. We renovated it, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago. I think the owner is here in the audience. That carriage house is right on the property line. So we've stopped the fence at the corner of the carriage house, both on the north side and the south side. And in lieu of the evergreen inkberries against the carriage house, we're planting a native hydrangea. We're planting a ruby slippers oak leaf hydrangea just in the front of his carriage house because he has windows right there, and there's no reason to put the evergreens. So that might be a waiver that we're putting in, deciduous planting in front of the carriage house within this stretch of parking area in lieu of the evergreens, and also no fencing directly in front of the windows of that carriage house. And then the photograph on exhibit 8, on slide 18 shows the one Colorado blue spruce that was planted right up against the foundation of the building, and that's proposed to be removed. Then this is a slide number 19 is a key map to the landscape plan, and again, number 1 indicates all of the overgrown trees and shrubs from the building foundation, both at the front of the building, at the rear of the building. Number 2 is removal of overgrown, dead, dying, and volunteer trees. So again, I described the mulberries, the hemlocks, the Norway maple, the silver maple is over here. Again, to repeat, all of the plantings are native to northern New Jersey, and we've been working with the Montclair Garden Club on the selections of these plantings and also the placements of these plantings. A lot of the members of the Garden Club are present here tonight to hopefully agree with that. Slide number 20, these are photographs of the existing garage structure. So there are two 4-car garages that separate the Avis Campbell Garden from the parking lot. And there's a center garden structure that connected these 2 4-car garages, and the center structure, the sheds within that structure, are utilized by the garden club. The deteriorated roofs on these garages were removed sometimes in the 1980s, and the idea was to maintain the footprint of the garages but keep those 10-foot-high brick walls as a backdrop for the Avis Campbell Garden. So it's a nice brick wall, as you can see in that bottom right photograph. It's a 10-foot-high brick wall that serves as a really terrific backdrop for the gardens. And as you can see on the bottom left slide is that the northernmost garage has most recently been used for trash and recycling. So the dumpsters were kept within that northernmost garage. Slide number 21 are just drawings of the garden structure to show what's proposed. So the proposal is to dress up that garden structure, to connect it more to the gardens, and make it serve as the bridge between the gardens and the parking lot. So the idea is to install a wood or a composite pergola structure at those garage structures, at the 4-car garage on the left of this photo and on the right side. So on the north side and the south side, the idea is to construct pergolas above the parking area. And the pergola height will match the wall height, which is 10 feet high. And 3 dedicated barrier-free or handicap spaces will be marked within that northernmost garage. So there'll be 3 designated ADA spaces. There'll be access aisles striped between those spaces. So the requirement is that we need at least one 8-foot wide access aisle between barrier-free spaces for van-accessible spaces, for a van to be able to pull in there and passengers to be able to get out and maneuver. And then we have a 5-foot wide striped space between the second and third ADA space. We're also proposing to open up a 4-foot wide pedestrian opening within the north side of the garage wall, so that people could who have difficulty walking or are in a wheelchair could get out of the cars in these spaces and then wheel through this opening, this 4-foot wide opening, onto the proposed new sidewalk, which leads to the barrier-free ramp and to the building entry. The electric car charging station is proposed at this stall where I'm pointing to, which is the stall directly to the south of garden shed number 2. Next slide, number 21, is the trash and recycling enclosure. As I stated, the trash and recycling has been located within one of these open garage structures most recently with open dumpsters. The township requires that trash and recycling enclosures have a roof and have a masonry floor. So we're proposing to install new refuse and recycling enclosure on a concrete base where it's indicated on the site plan, which is on that southeast corner of the parking area. This is a 22-foot wide by 12-foot deep trash and recycling enclosure, and is shown to accommodate at least 2 6-yard dumpsters and up to 10 20-gallon recycling or trash bins. So the design of this is to relate to the existing garages and also to the existing building. So we're showing brick piers with cast stone tops or caps. We'll have a pitched aluminum roof above the structure, and then connecting those brick piers will be the black vinyl coated chain link fence, except that it'll have a solid aluminum or metal plate adhered or fastened to the back of the chain link so you cannot see into the trash enclosure. And the purpose of this is that the black vinyl coated chain link relates to the new fencing around the perimeter of the parking area, but in this case we're adhering the solid metal plates to the rear of the chain link to obstruct the view of the trash and recycling. The roof height of this relates to the height of the nearby pergola, so this is 9 feet 3 inches high. The pergola height's 10 feet high, and the schedule and frequency of the collection would be strictly controlled by the owner. If they find that the dumpsters or the recycling gets full, they could schedule more frequent pickups. Slide number 23 is to discuss the light fixtures and signage. So slide number 23 is a view of the front elevation or the elevation of the building that faces South Fullerton Avenue, except that this was drawn and colored by our office. There are several wall-mounted light fixtures now on the building. Again, as I said before, they'll be relamped with LED bulbs. We're also proposing several additional wall sconces around the perimeter of the building, in particular on the driveway side, and also on the south side of the building, adjacent to the Summit Medical Building property. We're proposing new light fixtures, flush-mounted light fixtures under the portico roofs, and then there are wall and pole-mounted site lighting fixtures that are on the Petrie engineering plan. Mike Petrie will describe that. As far as signage goes, there are several signs on the building now. As you can see along the top parapet, etched in stone, it says Social Agencies Building. On the parapet, in front of the portico, it says Mills Memorial. Just below that is the number 60 for the street address. Interesting that there's 2 fallout shelter signs on the building. We're not removing those. There's one directly to the left of the front entrance and one directly to the left of the entrance along the driveway side. We're also calling for a new blade sign or a wall projecting sign where I'm pointing to, which is on the south side of the building, and that's 22 by 14-inch painted wood sign that will state Avis Campbell Gardens, and it'll be a blade sign mounted on iron brackets on that facade. We're also proposing several no smoking signs on the building, but we haven't located those yet, but we're hoping to make this a smoking-free property and building. Slide number 24, again, is to basically to wrap up and to repeat the proposal, which is really to renovate the building, bring it into the 21st century, continue its use and mission as a social services building that supports the community. However, bringing in the community center for the entire first floor, working with the town to achieve that, improving the site, including that parking area, landscaping, the storm drainage, and to restore the exterior of the building. So I could stop there.
Okay, I have just a few more questions for you. We have been supplied with two review memoranda, one prepared by Suburban Consulting Engineers. The most recent revision date is January 29, 2020, and also a memorandum prepared by Graham Petto dated January 28, 2020. I can actually steer you just to the Suburban Consulting Engineers memo because the points that were raised by Graham and his Petto are all in the engineers memo. And of course, not all apply to your testimony. The first one that applies to your testimony is item number 2 in the Suburban Consulting Engineers report dated January 29, 2020. And they ask whether it is an ADA accessible route from the handicap parking spaces in the detached garages up to the entrance to the building.
And the answer is yes, it is.
Okay. The next one that applies is number 4. There's a question about the required screening under 281-9F. It's required to be a solid wall or fence or an evergreen hedge of at least 3 feet in height at the type of planting. And if I recall your testimony, you're proposing a 4-foot-high inkberry hedge all the way around the vinyl-coated chain-link fence as it encompasses the parking.
Correct, except at the line of the carriage house, the neighbor's carriage house, which sits directly on the property line and has windows.
And that's an existing condition that's right on the property line, that's brick, and in and of itself provides screening, correct?
Correct.
But other than that existing condition, you would comply with 281-9F and item number 4.
Yes.
Item number 9 in this report cites Montclair Code 281-8.1H, and the question is whether you comply with the requirements for the trash enclosure that you just reviewed in some detail. And you appear to accept in perhaps 2 respects. One, the enclosure itself meets the required height. It's 6 feet height. It needs to be between 5 feet and 7 feet, so you meet that, correct?
Correct.
But the roof over it is a little bit higher, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, instead of having a wood fence around it, you've proposed a vinyl...
No, vinyl-coated chain link
black
fence.
vinyl-coated chain link fence, but with the
solid
metal
metal.
plates attached behind it.
Correct.
So do you believe, in your opinion, that you are creating, by doing that, perhaps an exception from 281-8.1H, but a more attractive structure that is in complement with the detached garages that you're reworking?
Correct. My opinion is it's a nice design. However, we require an exception from the requirement.
Okay. The next item is number 11 that has to do with trees and the removal of trees and the addition of trees, and you've covered that in your testimony
I've covered
already,
that,
correct? Number 11. And I believe the last one that applies to you is item number 14, and it talks about the proposed landscaping and the preferred use of native plantings, and you've also covered that in your testimony, and we comply with that choice too, correct?
Right. 100% of the new plantings will be native plantings.
I have no further questions.
Just one comment, just since you may ask this, the community center, we were told by the township that the hours of operation for the community center should be Monday through Friday, 9 to 4. And that's it.
No further questions.
Correct.
So, are the community center facilities entirely for the senior citizens, and do that you are oriented off for other groups that may come? I wasn't, when you use the term, representing the senior citizens sector, I understand that. When you say primarily, then I don't understand what the secondary community facility aspect of this are going to be. And now that we start talking about the time and the time that it's being used, again, so these community facilities are not available on the weekends to senior citizens or anybody. That's what I'm trying to understand. You said two sort of different.
Right, we were told that this is primarily senior citizen usage. We've also been told that the hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 9 to 4, and then an email received says that there will be an occasional early evening. For example, one class might go to 5:30 p.m. And also two tag sales. They've had a weekend tag sale twice a year. However, the programming at the outset will be the times that were and days described.
So the fitness centers, all those other facilities are not open on the weekend?
As described to me, correct.
And that came to you from?
This is from the Director of Senior Services for the Township of Montclair, Dr. York.
My second question has to do with I was fine as I was going through all the site plans and everything else. And when I looked at slide 17, for example, and I saw the pathway into that park, I said, okay, someone can go through it openly, they can go into the park. When I look at it again on your slide 21, yeah, I mean, that looks fine. And you notice that there are 3 areas that are shown to have what I assume to be the parking space on that drawing, on slide 17. You go to slide 21. I see an accident waiting to happen. I see somebody walking through that portal, and at the very moment, a car backing up that's in that first spot that you've designated. And there's almost no way. So I'm not sure what that spot is on your slide 21.
Right, and you could see slides.
It can't be the spot of the vehicle, but you couldn't open the driver's side door. So I'm not exactly sure
Right.
what you're showing in 21.
So slide 17 corrects slide 21, the layout. 21 has a different parking layout within that garage. I think that's what you're referring to. So this is, I agree, that's dangerous.
Yes, that's
You're absolutely correct, which is why it's been corrected on the site plan, but not on that garage plan. So you could see the different configuration for the parking spaces to pull it away from that portal.
I did, that's why I asked the
Okay.
question. Then I saw 21, which is the larger plan.
Right.
This is the drawing.
No, very, thank you.
And so there are no longer any activity areas in the garden
Correct.
at all.
Those have been withdrawn.
What,
Well, except the garden club has their office there, and the upcycle computer.
there's nothing new except for what's there now and has been there.
No, I
Right.
understand.
Yeah.
The last time we saw this, at
Right.
the
We're-
design review, it-
Very different.
Right, right. All of that's been withdrawn.
And do you have any further input as to, since probably whatever we do here will at some level be conditioned on it becoming this senior center, because alternatively it then converts to offices or something, and who knows how it's used.
I think that that good question that you're asking is going to come up when we have our transportation engineer discuss parking, and that probably fits in best with that conversation. So if you could put a flag on it, and that's fine to bring it up.
I guess I was sort of under the impression that if this is not a community center, then there's going to be offices as an alternative use. It's not a matter of numbers. This is not about numbers. It's a matter about use.
Right. Well, it's proposed to be a community center with primarily senior citizen services, as Paul testified to, and in connection with discussing the parking supply, we have had raised an issue of what if it does not become that center, then will a different parking ratio apply? And the answer is it might, and I was suggesting we defer that to the witness who will discuss that.
Okay.
Okay?
And I have a
question. So I'm reviewing the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission, their recommendations.
Right.
And so let me know if you have given any thought in that, and if you plan on falling in line with these recommendations. So the commission finds that the proposed chain link fence around the rear parking area is inconsistent with the township's historic design guidelines, which note use of the chain link fence is discouraged. The commission recommends a wood or metal fence in place. And then further it reads, the applicant shall redesign the garage enclosure to be more consistent with the design of the rehabilitated garage structure. And the last one, the applicant will return to the commission for final review of all interior lighting finishes and replacement windows to be used. Has this been taken into consideration with what you provided us?
Yes, the applicant disagrees. We disagree with the comment about the chain link fence. It's a social services facility. They don't want to put an expensive fence in. The black vinyl coated chain link fence is a more attractive fence than a typical chain link fence. A wood fence would make this a stockade. They don't want to, historically, a wood fence would not look correct. So we disagree with the opinion about the chain link fence. We feel that the black vinyl coated is an improvement in conjunction with the evergreen plantings in front of it around the perimeter.
Is the fence necessary if you have the evergreen hedge?
It's not. It's not necessary. You're correct. That's right. So it's the way the code is written, it's either or. The other comment was the applicant shall redesign the garbage enclosure to be more consistent with the design of the rehabilitated garage structure. We disagreed with that also. We're trying to tie in this trash enclosure with the rest of the site and have it be attractive. As I said, the township requires a roof over it. By doing the sloped metal roof, we think that's attractive. We like the brick piers that match the building and also the garage structure. So we remember one of the commissioners said that at the meeting, but we disagree with that.
Maybe I can address the last two to help Paul. We did agree to return to the commission for a final review of the exterior lighting finishes and the replacement of the windows to be used. I think condition number 3 has just kind of become something where, will you come back and let us look at everything? And quite frankly, the mechanism here is a referral mechanism from this board to the HPC. It has a chance to review it. It spent a lot of time with us at this table back in October, made some good suggestions, generally accepted it, and they're giving their recommendations to you, and we're asking that we be allowed to do the fence that we're proposing, that we be allowed to do the trash enclosure that we're proposing. It's your call, and you can either agree or disagree or do whatever, but we don't want to get involved other than what we agreed to do, and they ask us to, the exterior lighting finishes and the replacement windows. We just don't want to go back and have a perpetual review, because the statutory mechanism is you look at it and you give your report to the Board of Adjustment and it makes the decision. That's what you do when there's an application for development. It might be different when you don't have an application for development. You want a certificate of appropriateness. But we think that they've given it to you, and Paul has articulated why he thinks we should do it our way. It's your call, and I just wanted to clarify 3 and 4 for you.
So, just to further clarify Mr. Owen's point, item 3 of the HPC's memo to the Board of Adjustment, because I sit at both. I'm at both meetings. So the idea and intent of the third comment is that the Historic Preservation just wants an informational copy of the approved plan set. So following approval by the Board of Adjustment, the HPC would just like to see what was approved, so they're aware, that garage enclosure change that we asked for wasn't approved. Okay, we're aware of that. So that's really more of just an informational copy
that's fine.
Post-approval, rather than a return for another round of review.
So it's really the fence and the design of the trash enclosure, and Paul has told you why he thinks it fits.
Thank you.
follow up on that, because did you indicate you're willing to remove not have the chain link fence? Was that?
I was pleased with the question, actually, and I think the client would be also.
Yeah.
It doesn't comply with the Superior Interior Special Standards, particularly the garbage
Are you going to say, since that was not part of the record?
I'm sorry.
Give us a second, please. I'll offer something while they're conferring. A fence of whatever kind also serves as a way of preventing shortcuts through all these really nice plantings that you're doing. This particular fence is, flow through, air through. So pending what Paul comes back and says to you, I'm suggesting that that is a reason for having a fence around your property, especially an open fence.
Well, so in conferring with our client, yeah, we would be willing not to do the fence, as long as we have the evergreen plantings surrounding the property that complies with the ordinance.
Mr. Holland was just advising us.
I was just giving a rationale.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, then I'm going to ask the question that Mr. Owen essentially answered. How do you keep people from just trespassing back and forth into people's backyards and everything else when there's no security around what is essentially an open parking lot? I understand, first of all, I happen to agree that a black vinyl wire mesh fence, when it's implanted, is virtually invisible.
Correct.
It is virtually invisible. That's the reason why you go to the black wire fence, because it does turn almost invisible. And even if you see a little picket fence, if you see a white one, it's right out there for you. If you see a black one, it disappears into the shrubbery. So you don't see it. I think when you have a parking lot of that scale, and issues of security and people hanging out there and everything else, the last thing you want is to create a potential nuisance that allows kids or others to hang out there at night, and then if anybody comes to over there, they just run out to people's backyards and everything else. I think that's
Might be this.
I'm being rescued.
I think that's a risk that I think the client shouldn't take. So I personally think
It might be the seniors.
that the wire mesh fence and the black vinyl, which does basically disappear into the shrubbery, gives you both the security, and it's not something that's visible and stands out. It's just the opposite of something that does stand out.
I don't think we'd have to worry about the tenants of this building running into other yards.
I'm not worried about the tenants. I'm worried about other people that, well, then we'll ask the next question. How are you securing this parking lot in the evenings?
There'll be lighting and cameras.
So therefore, it doesn't stop anybody from going in there and hanging in. And I don't know if anybody's doing it now. I can't say yes or no.
Okay.
And if you think that's not an issue, then you can make the decision to get rid of the fence.
Sure.
My own sense is it creates a problem for the neighbors, which if I was a neighbor, I'd rather have you being responsible for essentially keeping people out of my backyard. So.
We appreciate it.
And my question wasn't in regards to you removing the fence. I was just speaking about the recommendation that the Historic Preservation Commission gave, and that they were saying that the fence around the rear area was inconsistent, and so they recommended you put a wood or metal fence in the place instead of the chain link fencing.
Right.
That's all.
So we strongly disagree with the wood fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Due to the aesthetics?
The aesthetics, the compound type effect it would have. The stockade fence that would surround the property is totally out of character. As Mr. Fleischer said in a way that I couldn't, the black vinyl chain link fence is probably the least visible fence you could have. And in combination with the evergreen plantings in front of it, it would be fairly invisible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to understand about the garbage enclosure, because what was their issue with the garbage enclosure, and why do you disagree?
The garbage enclosure, the comment made by one of the members, one of the commissioners, was to possibly relate it more to the existing garage structure. But we're following the Secretary of the Interior guidelines of not copying something exactly. So therefore, we're creating this trash enclosure, trash and recycling enclosure to have brick piers with the stone caps and the metal roof that is not an exact copy of the garage structure. So we disagreed with copying the garage structure.
Okay, so I'm about 90% of the way there. I guess where I'm struggling is the doors, and we just went through this whole discussion, which I agree with, in terms of the fence being largely not visible with the inkberry in front of it. So why match the doors to something that people aren't going to see? That
The doors to the trash enclosure?
Yeah.
Well,
Chain link.
we're matching the surround to the fence, but we're putting the black aluminum plates behind it, so you don't see the trash and recycling. But your question is, why copy the chain link?
Yeah.
We're doing it to be consistent with what we're proposing. So the chain link-
But
Yeah.
I thought we all just agreed that the fencing you're putting around the perimeter is going to be, basically, you're not going to see it.
Right.
Okay, so why match it with something that you clearly are going to see?
What you do instead?
Yeah, we could look into an alternative. We could just do the aluminum plates.
I don't know, do you know what they were suggesting? In terms of, I'm with you, I'm okay, I like the
Right.
brick piers, I'm okay with the roof, I'm just...
Questioning the chain link.
And did they have any suggestions as to what that...
I think it just kind of came up at the end, and we didn't tarry on it. Someone suggested it and became a condition. Do you remember otherwise, Graham, or?
No, I
Were
just
they
remember
trying to imply that it should be all brick enclosed or all masonry enclosed?
there was no statement made, just...
Okay, just trying to understand.
Right.
Okay, and then the signs, I guess, are indicate you're going to have no smoking signs. Are all the signs going to be conforming?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm somewhat intrigued by your location of the blade sign for the garden as to why you chose that location.
We want, the side of the building is fairly unattractive right now. There's a concrete walkway, there are oak trees on the Summit Medical building property, the roots are high along the surface of the property there. So the proposal is to do two things. We're trying to do something with the garden club to call a little bit attention to the Avis Campbell Gardens. So we're doing two things, looking at slide 19, we're calling for brick pavers at the intersection of the easterly sidewalk and the southerly sidewalk. So there'll be brick pavers in the shape of a rectangle, and then directly above that would be the blade sign. So just to say, this is the entrance to something that's special back there. In addition to the signage that the Avis Campbell Gardens already has on this lawn area where I'm pointing.
I have no objection, Joe. I'm just not sure that there'll be any significant number of people who are going to walk that way to the garden. It's just hard to, why do that when your car's going to be parked in the rear, or you're going to be approaching the site largely from the other side, and you'd have to, okay. But my biggest concern, and I'm not sure to what extent your traffic person is going to be able to address this, is the use of the space. And some of this relates to parking, some of it is just, so my first question, and some of it I think we need from you, is the existing auditorium, what is envisioned for that space?
But we've been told it will be multi-purpose space. There'll be, might be a film, might be a play, might be a lecture.
Okay, in the long ago, when the building was more desirable, various groups used to have meetings and other things in that space. Is that going to occur again, or is this going to be limited to the senior citizen center?
I do not know.
And and this is, doing the opposite of my usual thing, I certainly don't want to limit the usage of the space to 9 to 4, Monday through Friday. I think this is potentially going to be very desirable space, and I, don't want to impose a condition that as time goes on, the town figures out that it should make this, do more things in the space. And, one of my questions on the auditorium, yes, it would be, show movies, do various things, some of which would logically occur in the evening or on weekends. And I don't want to discourage that, but ultimately that will tie into questions about parking and the usage. And I, so when we get there, I want to be sure we're in agreement and we're imposing the right conditions, but I want the building to be utilized. I think that should be the goal of everybody. The other thing, which the offices within the first floor that you have, I forget what you call them, but would those be occupied, what I'll call normal office hours?
I don't know that.
Because I guess it's one thing to treat that whole floor as, a community center, but if there are going to be, in the office as you've shown, if there are going to be people there working, 9 to 5, regular working day hours, I'm not sure why that, for parking calculations, shouldn't be treated as office space. And so you don't know what the intention is. If it's going to be one person there, an hour a week, that's one thing, but if it's going to be, more or less full-time occupancy, I think that should be treated as office space, not, okay. Mr. Fleischer?
I want to go back to something I mentioned when we had the design review issue, and that has to do with the accessible entry to this building. The only accessible entry right now is off of a ramp on the side of the building, about as far away as you can get from the parking lot. And I understand you've put in a drop-off for the jitney, but I imagine there are a whole bunch of senior citizens who may want to use these facilities who drive their own vehicles, and that's also why you're required to provide parking for those people. And there are an awful lot of other people that will simply be dropped off by family members or others. And then there are the handicapped spaces themselves. Given the amount of distance that you already have to traverse to go from the parking lot to that accessible ramp, aside from the fact that you're essentially walking down alongside the driveway, which is probably not the most pleasant walk, I still do not understand why you cannot create an accessible point of entry at the rear of the building, right off that beautiful central garden path, right over there. And it looks to me, from your elevations and everything else, you've got a single 6-inch curb situation there,
Yes.
which could easily be adjusted on the path or anything else to allow people who are coming to the senior center to access it from that side. But you're saying you can't get to the front?
What I'm saying is, besides that 6-inch step under the portico, there's another 4 steps inside.
Is there any, so I'll ask the same question again, is there any way, since many people will drive and park their cars in the rear, why we're taking every one of these people, many of whom may have problems, and forcing them to the front of the building to go up a ramp to get inside? It seems to me that there ought to be a way of getting in, and I might say not only getting in, but getting out, because in nice weather, I would imagine that some of the people using the senior center would also like to go out into the garden and just spend some time there. So it seems to me odd that you have the parking that far away. You have a beautiful garden there, and then you have no way for people who are handicapped or may have other problems to actually have easy access into the garden or easy access out to the parking lot, because some people may be able to move on their own, but that doesn't mean they want to walk 150, 200 feet and then go up a ramp to get into a building. So I assumed you couldn't do anything in the front, but it seems to me there's ample opportunity to do something in the rear to make that more easily accessible for those who are parking in the rear. Since the entire first floor is dedicated to this community center, for people parking in the rear, whether you can then combine that with the overall drop-off entirely and get rid of that ramp entirely as well, if you can find a nicer, more gracious way of getting in than a ramp on the side of a building, I think it would be a nice addition to what is otherwise a wonderful plan and a wonderful proposal for use of the building.
Right. Yeah, we've looked at different options for entering the building, and we've come back to keeping the existing ramp on that north side of the building to serve that first floor. There is a distance from the barrier-free spaces to that entrance, but it falls within allowable limits of the code. There is access from the building into the garden along the concrete sidewalk, along the rear of the building.
If you're saying it can't be done, then it can't be done. I just think it would be a nice amenity to add if it could be done.
I agree. Thank you.
One question I forgot. The HVAC units, you indicate you hadn't done the calculations as to determine size and number, and as you know, we had one application who came back multiple times with different configurations.
I've heard that, yes.
And I'd like to avoid that, but do you think if we imposed a condition that all the HVAC units be screened, that you have enough room to accommodate any possible configuration?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Allen?
I'm going to ask Paul. I have a question, Paul.
Sure.
That side entrance, you said there's going to be a jitney stop there? or-
Right, the township has a jitney bus that will circulate through the town.
Are you aware that that's a fire lane?
We're creating, we'll hear from Mr. Petrie, the civil engineer, but he's calling for striping, fire lane striping, where that's shown on the site plan.
Is that in the driveway going down the side of the building?
It's shown on the driveway along
Number 2.
Yeah. where
It's the
number
north
2 is
side?
shown. On the north side of the building there.
All right, okay. I was wondering, because I know they changed the signs several years ago, put a
Right.
10-minute
Fire
parking.
lane, correct.
Yeah, all right.
Fire trucks have to wait 10 minutes until the car leaves. I mean, you know, no big deal. No. And any other questions from members of the board? Are there any members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Yes. And this is, again, just the opportunity to ask questions, and there'll be a later opportunity to comment on the application.
Hi, I'm Kara Fitzsimmons. I live at 9 Wild Place. I am the property that is right at the back of the parking lot. So, thank you. You'll find I'm a little bit friendlier than the last crowd. I also know that I've moved in next to a parking lot. With that, just briefly, just because the fence came up, would you agree that a fence does a better job of keeping human beings out of other people's property than hedges?
I agree.
Okay, so do I. So I just want to make that clear about the fence. Most of my questions actually relate to lighting. And so it says in the plans that, quote, the fixtures generally conform with the township code permitted lighting intensities, which tells me that perhaps they don't quite. Is there another witness that's more appropriate?
Yes, that's just what I was going to say, for the
Okay.
sake of organization and
I got you.
conciseness. We have, and please do ask those questions.
Okay, is that tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not tonight.
All right, I'll ask a brief question then about landscaping.
Okay.
And it should, I don't think we need another witness for that. I'm not sure if some of the trees that are along my property line may be removed. Some of them they don't look so great, but one man's scrub tree is another man's privacy.
Correct.
And I was curious to know if it's possible in the planning to consider some taller trees where hedges might be at this point.
Yes.
Oh, am I?
No, is this, let me just point to your property.
So where's the carriage house?
This is the carriage house.
All right, so I'm here.
Okay. So the proposal is to leave the two large existing trees there.
Okay.
And then put the understory evergreens all along between the parking spaces and the property line. And as you heard, the proposal was to put the 6-foot-high black vinyl coated chain link fence
Yeah.
there also.
Yeah.
But leaving those existing trees there.
Okay. I would just like to say that it wouldn't bother me if other taller plants went in there, assuming there's room. And then I assume that the witness on lighting would also be able to answer questions about the lighting that's proposed that's going to be on the building. Okay. And I think that's it for this witness. Thank you.
Paul, I mean, are you better to answer the lighting on the building?
Mike Petrie will.
Okay, Mike, okay. Other members of the audience?
Yes. Excuse me, cold. So, hi, I'm Glenn Newmark, and I am on the west side of the property, carriage house side, and I have a couple of...
What's your address?
93 Union Street, I'm sorry.
Thank
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Petrie that I'll ask after his presentation. The only thing I have for Paul is not a question, but just a comment. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but...
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. So if you have a question... you can
Okay, well,
ask it.
I would like to make the comment that I think the plan is fantastic. I'm supporting it, and I'm agnostic as to the fence, because we have a 6-foot-high wooden fence along that property, so I'm agnostic to whether and I appreciate the fact that the chain link fence is being stopped on either side of the carriage house. Okay, and as the largest adjoining property, I just wanted to make those comments. That's all. No questions.
Any other members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay. I think we should go home. One of us promised a client he would get back to him tonight after this meeting was over. But, I mean...
It's going to be your call. I have the engineer, and we can, I think that's going to be focused on 2 or 3 things, including the lighting, and I'd be happy to try it, but...
I mean, I think we're easily until 12:30. And I think we're all better off, I mean, if there was a possibility of finishing tonight, but, okay, so 2 of us can't be here at the regular meeting in February.
That's correct.
So that, where do we stand for the March meeting?
March meeting at the conclusion of the Bellevue Theater. Also.
And is that's it?
I believe that's pretty much it, yeah. Yes. Yeah, so this application could be carried to the March meeting as well.
I mean, I don't know where you are on that, but Michael, you can beat up Lisa and tell her to be real quick.
I'm sorry?
You can beat up Lisa and tell her she has to be real quick. I mean,
what date are you tentatively discussing?
March 18th.
March 18th.
March 18th. Before you alight on March 18th, if you do, and short of calling any more witnesses, and I know it's late and I know you want to go, if there are, there's some people here in the audience, I understand.
I'm going to do that. Let's.
For those who
okay,
can't.
can you make sure your witnesses are available on the 18th?
I'll check it out. Okay, we're good. Thumbs up.
Okay.
March 18th.
So if there are any members of the audience who can't be here on March 18th, or you've sat in this room listening to us for longer than you ever wanted to, who have anything you want to say about the application, you can come up now and do that.
Mr. Owen, you'll consent to an extension of time for the board to act until that March 18 date?
Yes, I don't think you need it, but you can have it.
Graham disagrees, but...
Okay, you can have it. We'll talk.
Hi, Peter Coyle, I'm the director.
Are we allowing comments now? What are we doing?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in a matter pending before the board?
Yes.
Name and address.
Peter Coyle, C-O-Y-L, 50 South Fullerton. I'm the library director. So we are pleased with this plan, and the Way United Way has reached out to discuss their plans for this project. As the board is aware, there is deed easement restrictions on use of the parking lot, and the United Way is moving forward with us in conversations to continue those arrangements. And we do have some slight concerns about the plan in terms of some sidewalk crossing markings and things, but we can discuss those at a later point. But I will say that the photos showed about the flooding of the parking lot. That flooding happens along where the library staff parks, and so my staff keep galoshes in their car during the winter months when it snows and rains. But we're very supportive of this idea, and I think there's a lot of potential for use of the senior center by lots of library customers. And I think that they have put a lot of thought and effort into this, and I commend them for their work on that. So at this point, we're very supportive in principle and the general idea. There are some things that we like to just address later on, but for the most part, we're happy with it.
I'd encourage you in the interim to have
Yeah, we will,
discussions.
yes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Anyone else who can't be here on the 18th?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Deborah Hirsch. I now live at 14 Manor Road in Verona, New Jersey, 30-year resident of Montclair. I will be brief because many things have already been raised. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things about our relationship with the Community Services Building, now the United Way Building. We met with them in 1952 when the building was being built. And we became a 501c3.
Just hold on a second. Who's we?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the Garden Club of Montclair.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is the Garden Club of Montclair. This is a third of the Garden Club of Montclair. We're the royal
Thank
we.
you.
I'm sorry. In any case, in order to comply with the 501c3, we received that as to be educators about environment and other matters horticultural. And we became no light up here, contributing to how our arrangement went with the first steps into being part of the Community Services Building. That meant that we were given space in the basement and the back gardens to potentially build a garden, and we were in charge of maintaining the lawns, the shrubbery, the fountain, the Avis Campbell Garden, which at that time was just the garden center garden, and all the property around, everything but snow removal and tree pruning, although we arranged to have trees pruned or have in the past. We have done that for 68 years. We have since joined forces with United Way Building. We are still working under that same auspice. So that's just important to know. Because we have, at our own expense, fixed things like the falling wall, anything that impacted the Avis Campbell Garden and its beauty. Talked about Old Avis. I will just tell you that the garden started with donations. From Jackson and Perkins, we received 195 roses, and the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts of Montclair planted 1,800 tulip bulbs. Some of those roses are still blooming. The garden is often been written about over the last 68 years, and it usually starts with something like, the Avis Campbell Garden is the best kept secret in downtown Montclair, in New Jersey, in Montclair. In fact, it is the only truly beautiful green space in downtown Montclair. And it is used as a place of contemplation. People may find us and wander by. People from the library will often stop by with their books. It's used by children to learn about pollinators. It's used by the clients of the United Way building for some calm and some caring in sometimes very difficult lives. And it is always, every Tuesday, since the very beginning, from April 1st through November, been attended by volunteers of the Garden Club of Montclair and sometimes some community volunteers. Almost 800 hours every Tuesday for those months to take care of a garden, and that is what it takes. We've been doing that for a long time, which is why it remains so beautiful. We've received lots of awards. That's all wonderful. But I think I can speak for the Garden Club of Montclair when I say that for our members, it is a place of education, a place of friendship, but a place at the heart of what it means to be the Garden Club of Montclair, which is a place to serve this community, to beautify the community, to educate it, to care about it, to pick up new projects, to help decorate school fronts, find Native American plants, to be learning, and teaching all the time. And as for the auditorium, the Garden Club of Montclair has held programs free to the public 6 to 7 times a year through their season, which runs from September to June. And we've been doing that for 65 years. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Any other members of the public who can't be here on March 18th who have anything to say about the application? Okay.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address, please.
My name is Peter Keating. I live at 89 Lincoln Street in Montclair. I'm the chair of the local United Way board here in Montclair. Good to see a couple of familiar faces at this late hour. I'd like to introduce you. I won't do it individually, but I'd just like to recognize all the staff and volunteers for United Way who are here to support our plan. And I will cut significantly short my long story. Back when I started volunteering with United Way, which is about a dozen years ago, it was a chance not to just, and has always been, not just a chance to participate in United Way activities, but to get to work with and know people working in other nonprofits and social service agencies around town. You know that in this town, CDBG night at the town council is like a family reunion. You get to know everybody and everybody works together. We've collaborated with a lot of nonprofits. We've funded nonprofits in this town. We've housed nonprofits in this town. But I also got to know early on a band of volunteers who was doing everything, these people who were doing everything they could to keep our building from collapsing. You've heard the building goes back to the 50s when the Develop Mills Foundation created it to be Montclair Social Services Building. And 60 years after that, we were doing our best. One crackling wall and sparking wire and leaking valve at a time to keep it together with my dad would call shoe leather and spit polish. We've come a long way in just the past 8 or 10 years, both in our mission as an organization and our capacity to do good work, but also in realizing just how badly, as you've heard here tonight, our building needed a total rehab. We are now focused on supporting working families. Folks who are just one step away from severe financial distress through no fault of their own. We need to devote our resources to helping them and to advocacy, not to stopping the latest drip or boiler breakdown. I remember one meeting very vividly where we spent all this time on the building, more than I ever expected, and at the end I got lost in the middle. I said, "What's HVAC?" And people thought I was joking. I had no idea. We weren't architects or electricians. And so we need to improve the function and the accessibility of the space in our building in order to do our work. And we don't just have a legal or a fiduciary responsibility here or those kind of obligations. We have ethical obligations. I mean, we realize that what we're out to do is stay in town while preserving the historic structure of the building and also the spirit of community service that the building's always been about. That's why the building was originally deeded to Community Trust, which became United Way in the first place. That's why the deed is restricted. It's to remind all of us there's a certain character to the work that takes place inside the building. So this spring, we will run our tax preparation program in our building. It brings more than $1 million a year into the region in refunds and credits and saved fees. It helps people take control of their financial lives. But it's hard. We need space that's accessible and where there's privacy. We will hold Caregivers Coalition meetings, which draw incredible interest, but we hold them at the Verona Community Center because there's no adequate space in Montclair to do it. Our local board supported and voted to support dedicating space to a community center specifically for seniors more than 5 years ago. So now we have partners, knowledgeable and thorough partners, for redesigning the interior of the building and our grounds and financing and executing the project who respect that spirit of community service. And you've heard from some of them tonight. I guess you'll hear more from them in March. We're looking forward to working with the township to create that community center, and with the library and the garden club and the arts groups to create and support initiatives for the whole community. We are really excited to unleash all of the volunteer energies that we've recognized and we've been kind of waiting to tap while we've been settling all of the details of this beautiful building that has been decaying for far too long. The big picture for us is this. This is a building, our building, in the middle of downtown, near public transportation, next to the library, home to the garden club, with the potential to bring together both ends of Bloomfield Avenue and beyond. And we believe if we get this space right, it will create huge opportunities for United Way's programs, for our research, for our collaborations. But it's also a once-in-a-lifetime chance to preserve and vastly strengthen a nonprofit hub that will be in service to our community. Thanks for your time.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
And all this ties back to it, I think, is the biggest issue with this in terms of the park. The tax preparation work you do, where in the building is that done?
Well, it's been done in a couple of different areas. Sometimes...
I just need to know which floor.
Which door?
What floor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes sorry, we were talking about the entryways. Is it sometimes the first floor and sometimes the garden level? But I think right most recently it's been on the auditorium floor.
And will that change if the senior center comes in?
I don't think it's going to change this year.
No.
And it will probably change, right?
Yeah, up to the second floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a sense. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Owen, just a couple of things. One, the more information we have as to the usage of the first floor, the more helpful that will be. We're going to find a way to make this work, but we're trying to figure out how the parking best to do that, and at this point we don't have a real sense of a lot. I think in terms of the use of the jitney, any information as to people going to the Edgemont Fieldhouse, how many come by their own cars, how many take the jitney now to get, any indication whether that proportion will change. I'm assuming there will be more people coming here. And the other thing which I asked for at the Development Review Committee that I think will help me justify granting some relief or maybe raise issues is the building as used today, what would be the parking requirements for that? Not, if all the offices were, if you calculated what is office space today, just did the calculation as to what the parking requirement would be and how that compares to what the parking requirement is under the proposed switching of the first floor to being the senior center. And the further along you are in your discussions with the township, the more helpful it will be in terms of the usage. The part that, it's not making me nervous, but I want to deal with is potential non-senior citizen usage of the first floor, particularly, but not only the... Yeah, that's, but it's a question of whether anything in addition to this. Adriana? No. It's not a question of doing the senior center, it's a question of what else, and particularly it's an issue with the auditorium as to...
I didn't hear the last part. It's what else, and then what did you say? I just didn't hear.
What besides...
The senior
center? I mean, Paul indicated that this would be, there's something else, he doesn't know what, and any clarification, and then what is everyone's thought as to the usage of the auditorium? And I don't have problems with any of this, it's just we need to figure out how best to handle the parking, and I don't want to either require more for parking than is necessary or end up with not having sufficient parking. And I don't know any of the answers, but the more information we can have on that, helpful. I just want to get close to the right answer on that.
Just one little nuance on one of your questions. You wanted a comparison of existing demand versus proposed demand, and you understand that the building as it is right now is under-occupied. So you want us to calculate what would it be if it was occupied.
If someone came in and said, we're going to renovate the building as is and make it very attractive for people to come in for office use, whatever, versus converting the first floor to a senior center, what that would be. I understand it's not being used now, but there was a point in the past where it was fully occupied, and
Right.
what it would be if it was, instead of renovating it for this, it was renovated just to return it to its original uses. And whether you're making by doing the senior center, whether you're making the parking better or worse. And we'll figure that out, but I'd like to know, because that, we want to keep the building as it always has been, as a community building. Just want to make it not have unneeded parking that's not needed, or not enough parking and people are driving around and not being able to go because they can't park. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, say
Aye.
I think you want to announce the carry to March 18. Oh, you did it?
we'll
I
do
didn't
it.
realize you did it.
Anyone who wants to come, we're here March 18th.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.